3, 2, 1, go. So, welcome again to Harvest Moon DS. We're gonna start with just a bunch of cutscenes that we need to go through. Pretty straightforward. We're gonna get to name everything. We're gonna name everything one character names because that's fast. I don't care what character it is, honestly. I'm just randomly tapping a letter and just hoping that that works out. So yeah, for those not familiar with Harvest Moon DS, it's probably one of the Harvest Moons with the clearest goal of the somewhat earlier Harvest Moons. It's very similar to the original Friends of Mineral Town, and the goal that we have is right here in the opening cutscene. We see the Witch Princess, all frustrated about her fight with the Harvest Goddess. And then the Harvest Goddess shows up, and she said that the next time the Harvest Goddess would show up, she would use a spell to teleport her away. This spell kind of goes wrong, though, and she ends up petrifying the Harvest Goddess. And then teleporting her to a different world when trying to unpetrify her. That makes the sprites all upset. Because now the Harvest Goddess is, well, petrified and disappeared. So, yeah, not quite how things should go, I suppose. And the sprites get all upset about that. But one of them has an idea. There's no time to be fighting. We gotta go rescue her. And even the Witch Princess agrees, because without the Harvest Goddess, her life is gonna be boring. So, but she has an idea. What she's gonna do is she's going to send the Harvest Sprites away. And, all 101 of them. And they are going to have to find the Harvest Goddess and rescue her. So, yeah, that's basically the premise of the game. She then meets up with us, and she gives us the task of rescuing the Harvest Sprites. Now, in order to rescue the Harvest Goddess, which is like the base category of this game, we need to save 60 sprites. Doesn't matter which ones, just 60 sprites. Can we marry the witch? Technically, yes, but no. It is possible, but I believe that due to a bug in the game, one of the requirements can't be met in this version, in the US version. I think it's patched in the EU version, so you can in that one. They patched a few glitches, which is also why we're running the US version, because there are actually going to be some glitches that we're using, believe it or not. Yeah, we enter the tree here, and immediately we have rescued our first sprite. So this is Guts. I'm not 100% sure, by the way. I don't know too well which versions it works and which ones it doesn't. PAL and late US versions. Then there you go. That's point in case, I suppose. Yeah, the second sprite's also already rescued. This is the kind of the tutorial sprite. There are 9 channels named after the planets, and well, this is Neptune, Channel 8. And since Neptune was asleep, he didn't actually hear the spell, therefore was never teleported away. And that's the tutorial. Like, if you tune into that channel, you kind of get the tutorial of things. We don't really need that, we're speedrunners, we've done this before. Yeah, that is 2 sprites saved. Yeah, Pluto is actually the 9th channel. There is also a category called All Channel Sprites. It's really dumb to run. Anyway, the moment we walk out, the next channel sprite shows up, Channel 1. And that's the weather channel. Very useful sometimes. There will actually be a few instances where we need the weather channel. And then we get teleported to our house. And that's that for day 1, I guess. So first things first, we're going to immediately just run out and we're going to tell the mayor no. I got to be a little bit slow here. We want to say I know, go away, because that saves like a solid minute. Otherwise it triggers a cutscene, and that cutscene is really, really slow. Okay, I'm going to grab the animals. I'm going to put them in our house. I hope I still have enough time. So this is always probably the most time-intense part of the entire run. In order to actually be able to make this work time-wise with the times of day, it is really close. So what I gotta do is I gotta go up here. Okay, got it. So we gotta go up here and then open the first mine. That's what we want to do. In the first mine we can gather mithril, which I'll need later on to upgrade my tools. So that's opening the first one. We're immediately just gonna rush through it, by the way. We're gonna grab our hammer. No, first I'm gonna grab my seats. We're gonna get rid of them. I don't need those seats. And we're just gonna... Oh, wow, what a pattern to start with. Okay, well, at least we immediately, we're able to get down. So the mine works in a pretty straightforward way. There is anywhere, like, depending on the mine number, there's anywhere between, like, 4, I think 4 is the biggest I've seen, 4 and 0 gaps somewhere in the floor that'll escort you down basically a random number of floors. In the first mine, there's usually, like, 2 or 3 gaps in the floor that you can take, but they'll also only ever bring you down one floor level. On the second mine, it can be anywhere up to 10 floors, I think. And then in the third mine, it becomes up to like nearly 100 and so on and so forth. Yo, cool boy. What we want to do here is we want to pretty much get to floor 8. And that's where we're going to be starting to mine for mithril. It's completely random where these gaps in the floor are. I have no idea, so we're just gonna randomly run around and hope that we find them. This is not something we can manipulate either to our knowing as of right now. We have actually found some RNG manipulations. I haven't actually learned them yet. I may get around to that at some point. It's a pretty significant time save too, but it's quite tricky and takes some learning, and I just haven't actually gotten around to doing so yet. But this is not one of the parts that we would RNG manipulate, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so far this is a really bad mine. The concern with the mine here is that if we get too many floors like this before we reach the mithril floors, I may run out of stamina. And that could actually be very bad. Because that could force me to go out and re-enter at a later time. Okay, there we go. Floor 4. Because every time we drop a floor, we are losing stamina. There's a hidden meter. We can actually make it visible later, so we know how this meter responds. Okay, now we're actually making progress. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're on floor 8 now. From here on, we can actually get mithril. Yeah, there's a hidden stamina and fatigue meter. And once stamina hits 0 and fatigue hits 100, you faint. Which ends your day. And if you faint in a mine, it's bad. That's all I'll say. It's really, really bad. Not any mithril so far. 8 is not a floor where you very commonly find it. Starting floor 9 mithril becomes very common, but you can't... Okay, we got 2 pieces. That's not enough, but it's 2 pieces. The reason that I care about that is I really would like to have all of the pieces I need before hitting floor 10, because that would also save some time. Okay, so this shows me that my meter is really not in a good spot right now. I'm already on 50 fatigue, which is incredibly high. And I still need 3 more pieces. Can I please get some mithril game? This is really, really bad. Oh, gold. Yeah, I have to get out. Yeah, I have to... Okay, so we're gonna have to redo the mine later. That is probably up there for the worst mine I've ever had. I am not even joking when I say that. That is actually up there for the worst mine I've ever had. Yeah, we're gonna have some warped audio today. That's just how it is for now. I'll eat some yellow grasses so that I can actually do some things, but... Okay. So we're gonna try to run out of town here. That triggers another sprite. Some sprites are set, and you can just... we know where they are. Some of them require you to do set amount of things. Some of them... you know, so some of them are a lot easier than others as well because of that. I'm actually going to go down here first, talk to the old couple. Because I actually want to trigger the first heart event, or I want to try to trigger the first heart event today. I already have my flowers, so I think we should be good. I actually need to talk to these two for an event later on that's going to get me the fishing rod. That'll be a little bit later, and I think we're just gonna get to bed soon. Oh, Celia isn't here. Be on the farm? Where did she go off to? Okay, I have no idea where she went off to. Oh, it might be because it's Monday. Right, Monday is one of those weird days for Celia. It doesn't really matter much. I'm just gonna keep collecting a few things, and then we're just gonna get back to bed. Should be fine like this. I'm actually paying attention to the amount of flowers that I collect, because I need flowers later on. I'll explain in a bit why. 25 gold. That is so much gold. Okay. So, anyway, we're gonna hit the hay, and we're gonna just continue on to the next day. Now, I've already mentioned why the Harvest Goddess is relevant. I haven't really mentioned anything else about the marriage percent. So marriage percent has a few requirements that we need to hit. The biggest one is rescuing the Harvest Goddess, so we do that in this category as well. But there are a few others as well. We need to reach the red heart, which we just do by giving enough gifts and talking to Celia pretty much every day. So we're going to do that pretty much every day. A little bit later on, I'll be getting the teleporting gem and actually going to be able to teleport to her just every day. We need to be able to upgrade the house to the point that we have the big bed. So that's something we're going to be looking out for. So we'll do that after we get past the first winter event. And we need to get the blue feather, which is really easy to get after you have raised enough happiness. Like, that just appears in the shop once you're on Orange Heart, I believe it is. So the majority of this category is still going to be collecting enough stuff so that we can rescue 60 sprites, rescue the Harvest Goddess, because that is one of the things we need to do for the marriage. Now, one of such things is going to be to collect 100 pieces of lumber. The reason I do this is because this triggers the first of the orange sprites. It's one of the few sprites that I don't technically have to get, but it makes things significantly faster later on. Getting the orange sprite will allow me to hire the orange team later on, and have 2 orange sprites instead of 1. Okay, Celia, get over here. So this is our girl. This is the girl we're going to be marrying. He doesn't know it yet, but this is the girl we're going to be marrying. So we give her a flower. That's basically what we're going to do every day. We're going to give her flowers. There are other things she likes better. Flowers are not even close to being one of the best things, but they're pretty decent. They give 300 happiness every single day. And we need to build up to like 6,500, I want to say. So it adds up pretty quickly, and they can be found very easily all across the place. So yeah, no, I'm gonna keep doing this a little bit longer, and then we're gonna head to the farm. Need to open up my Celia specific notes here. No, not that. That page. Okay, yeah, I'm already too late. So I need to go back to the house of Celia between 10 a.m. and noon to trigger what's called a heart event. There's 4 heart events that need to be triggered across the run. Each, if I do them correctly, each give a ton of happiness as well, like a ton of luck points. So it's really useful to do them. Okay, so that's enough for one day. Don't want to black out. But we need to trigger all 4 of them as well in order to continue. Also, I just realized it needs to be a rainy day anyway, so I wouldn't have been able to trigger it right now, regardless. It's probably fine. I don't actually have to pick up the dog when I go to bed. That's just a choice. The reason I can pick up the animals is some of the sprites get triggered after you pet your dog, or pet your animals rather, like 100 times, and picking them up counts. Go in here. Yo, Roald. Okay, so we give her the flower, and we're just gonna move on again. I do have to collect a few more flowers, because we're already kind of low. Which works out, because I still need to collect more lumber anyway. Still not quite on 100 pieces. The colored grasses we're also going to be keeping around. Those are specifically for the purple sprites. If you collect 100 pieces... Or no, 300, I think it's 350 that you need in total, something like that, of colored grass. You can trigger, like, I think it's 3 different purple sprites. They're really easy to collect, so we can just pick them up here and there. Make that a little bit easier on us. But yeah, right now I'm kind of just going around. We're gonna interact with the well here. That's gonna trigger another sprite. This sprite doesn't actually do anything yet. They're for the casino, which doesn't unlock until like a few days from now. that one. Get these 2 pieces, some more colored grass over here. Usually this spot has quite a lot of stuff. We now have 4 flowers, so that should keep us going for a little while. No. Up here. Almost forgot about this one. See, if I interact with this fountain, we also get one. So the actual casino will unlock around the 8th of spring. That's kind of where things start to go a little bit faster. Most of the first year goes really quickly. Okay, this is the 3rd and last of these. Like, the first year is incredibly fast. It's pretty much up until winter, or no, past like the first 10 or so days, up until winter, we pretty much do nothing. Once we actually get to winter, however, we're going to be triggering a glitch that's going to speed up the entire run immensely. The Harvest Moon DS Q, like the girl version of the game, has that glitch patched, and it's nearly 2 hours longer as a result. So the amount of time we save in this run is it's absolutely insane. Okay, so this should trigger the Black Heart event, which is the first of the 4. Or at least I should be able to trigger it now, which, like I said, it needs to be between 10 and 12. I'm actually gonna wait around a little bit. Just collect some more lumber, just do as I do. While we wait for the clock to hit 12. Or 10. Yeah, 10 is enough. Also collecting those bamboo shoots. I don't actually need those, but they sell for okay early money. It's not huge amounts, but I can use the little bits of money I can get. Around 68 pieces right now. That's still quite far off. Normally I don't struggle too much getting to 100, but I don't really have that much yet. I didn't leave anything here, did I? A few pieces, but not a whole lot. We'll collect the other 30 later if needed, it's fine. I'm just gonna wait here for it to turn 10. Okay, so I know what the option is. Okay, so this is a heart event. Basically, it's when something happens and you get a choice of what she should do. And if you select the correct choice, which isn't always obvious, often they are, but they're not always obvious. So here we accidentally scare Celia and she breaks, breaks a plate or something. And then Vesta comes walking in and he doesn't really know what to do. We're gonna tell her to just tell the truth. It'll be fine. And she gets all flustered, so we tell instead. Yeah, Vesta is like, okay, thanks for telling the truth, don't worry about it, it's alright. And Vesta is just happy that we told her honestly. If you tell Celia to keep quiet, Vesta will notice the broken plate, because it's kind of obvious. And she'll get mad. And because of that, Celia will become sad. And that loses you love points. But because we tell the truth, we just gained like 3,000 love points. So that's kind of neat. Okay. 6th of spring, very important date in this run. Today is Celia's birthday. And on the birthday, you actually gain, I think it's 6 times the normal amount of love points for items you give. No, 5 times. Or 9, 5, it's either 5 or 9, I'm not really sure. You get a lot of extra at least. I don't know how many extra, but you get a lot of extra points. She's super happy that we remembered her birthday, and that's all we're gonna do today. We're just gonna get back out. Actually, I am also going to sell the bamboo shoots. There. Saves us that problem at least. And that's it. Moving on. Okay, so this is Saturday. It's now Saturday, and it's sunny, which is actually great because that allows me to trigger the next big event that we're going to be triggering. Saturdays are the days where you, for the first time, can get the fishing rod. And the fishing rod is an item we'll be using a lot because we actually want a fair few fishing sprites. They're relatively easy to get. They require fairly little effort from us. They do require a little bit, but it's not much. So they're among the easiest to get. They're time-wise, it just works out nicely. So today we're going to spend some time getting that. The downside is I can't get them until around noon. So we do actually have to just walk around town, get some stuff done. There's not that much we can do at this point in time, but we're just going to try to do as much as we can. Just collect some more flowers so that we have more to give to Celia. I'm going to look around for more pieces of lumber, although we don't seem to be getting a lot of those today. Like, overall, the RNG's been pretty bad. That said, the biggest RNG point has yet to happen. That's coming up pretty soon. Or at least one of the biggest is coming up pretty soon. The other one we've since found a manipulation for it, but can't do it yet. That one, I think that should just about cover this part. We only need 20 more pieces of lumber, so we are getting really close. I'll remember to pay a visit to Celia still. We haven't done that yet. We're gonna do that, and then I think we can pretty much immediately go to the old couple and get the fishing rod. I believe it needs to be between like 11 and... I want to say 11 and 1 or noon and 1. First, give a flower to Celia. If you've paid attention, you might have noticed that whenever we talk to Celia, there's a small black heart in the bottom right corner of her sprite. That heart needs to turn all the way to red, and it's going to go through all the colors of the rainbow. Nice, we got ourselves the fishing rod, let's go. So we enter the house here it needs to be a Saturday, it needs to be sunny, and then when we walk in here, Galen will be talking to his wife about how he found one of the, like an old fishing rod, and it was his dad's. So it'd be bad luck to throw it away, so he doesn't want to do that. So he decides, you know what? Since you just walked in, here, have my old man's fishing rod. You can have it. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So now we just got a free fishing rod. I am really surprised with how little lumber there is. There might be more at the casino spot. Guess I'll check that in a moment then. No, we're just gonna go in. We'll trigger the next sprite the day after, that's fine. Yes, it's a rainy day, which is actually a little bit unfortunate. I prefer it not to be rainy, but... Oh. The downside of rainy days is all of your... like, every time you use a tool, you're not only going to use 2 stamina, which you normally do, you're also going to get 1 fatigue. So your energy just drains a lot quicker. Yeah, we used the fishing rod on that pond, and that's going to get us the first fishing sprite, which we're actually going to be putting to work very, very soon. Because today is the day where we can trigger the casino. We're going to do that by crossing this bridge right here. That's all you need to do. It needs to be spring 8th or later, and just cross the bridge. So we meet up with Roller. He was worried he wasn't going to make it back in time for the opening, and we have no idea at this point what he's talking about. So he's just going to show us. Yeah, during rainy days, we only get some ambience. We don't really get any actual sound, any actual music. It's a little bit unfortunate. And so we've unlocked the casino. So before Milker Glitch was discovered, the casino was actually the main reason why we'd run the US version and not the PAL version. In the PAL version, the casino still exists, except the only game you can play here is Memory. Whereas in the US version, there's also poker and blackjack. Good morning, mate. And poker is the fastest to use for this particular run. It's actually quite a bit faster than doing the memory game. Yes, Jack Black, clearly. Clearly I know what I'm talking about here. Okay, so we're gonna just do some work around here. I'm gonna grab all of these flowers. This is the place where most flowers grow. So it's a really good place for me to grind the items I need for Celia. I know, right, Roald? Mornings are... ugh. But here we are. It doesn't really matter that I have to spend some time here. We need to wait till 10 for the casino to actually open. Because it doesn't open unless the sprite thingy is open, which only opens at 10. And it's closed on holidays. I can just spend that time collecting pretty much every flower there is, cutting every piece of lumber. I think we're going to be exactly 1 short after I've cut them all. That's kind of unfortunate. I need 4 more. I'm seeing 3 more pieces, but... yeah, we're going to be 1 short. Okay, that's fine. I'll ignore that one then. We're going to be 2 short, but I'll find those 2 others. So this is where it's a little bit unfortunate that it's a rainy day, because we're going to be playing in the casino for a bit, and we're not actually going to have music for it. Exchange money for metals. So we're only going to buy like 20. And hopefully that'll be enough to play poker with. So we need a lot of coins in this run. Okay, so now we're up to 50. A good start. Okay. So we can go for a double up, and that can very quickly increase the amount of coins you have. But it can also... it's also pretty risky sometimes. Like that. Fortunately, this is just RNG that we have to deal with. I was hoping to go for about 300 coins and then just exchange them, but I just get unlucky every time. Yeah, no worries, Roald. Have a good one, dude. Okay, there we go. So now we're up to 400 coins, so we're in a pretty safe spot right now. We actually need in the thousands, so... Thank you. And there's just a flat 1 in 13 chance that you always fail, just because they can actually be the same card and you never go for that, because for it to actually be the same is really unlikely. They fixed that in the Crrool version, luckily, but... Still nothing. Yeah, this can go really quickly. It can take a while. It's really just down to luck here. Nope. Still no luck. Go someone. Okay, we got that. The 8 is the annoying one because it's kind of like a 50-50 at that point. We can just... Okay, that one was on me. I'm gonna exchange that. There we go. I'll go for the double up once. Okay, we're up to 2,000 coins. We're in a really good position. Having a straight flush like that really does add to your point total. I didn't want to risk losing 2,000 coins at once. So, otherwise I would have just kept going for it, because honestly, that was a really solid amount to have. But losing 2,000 coins would have been devastating. I think we need we need a little bit more, but we're actually about where we need to be in terms of coin count. I'm not gonna keep going too much longer here. We're at 4,000. Yeah, I think that's looking... Okay, let's do one more set. 300 more or so, and then we'll call it there. Okay, whatever. Gonna go with it. I hope this... We'll probably have to go for a little bit more eventually, but... I can make this work, so I definitely need one of those. No, I need the teleporting gem. And I need the pineapples. We also kind of would want the cabbages. I'm debating whether I want to do that now. I think I'm going to do that now. The cabbages is one of the few items here that I can actually wait with until year 2. I am out of room for items. Okay, screw it. We're going to leave the dock ball here. That's going to trigger a very short cutscene, but just whatever. I am going to carry it out, though. That way I can pick it up very quickly in a little bit. We're also going to put the fishing team to work. They're the cheap. They're one of the cheapest teams. Actually, I don't even have to... Okay, this works out. Cool. So now the big advantage of this thing, I can just teleport to other places now. That's going to speed things up by a lot. And you can probably already see why it was worth spending like 10 minutes in the casino for it. Because this just saves a ton of time. We're also going to plant sad cabbages. There we go. Because selling a cabbage actually unlocks a sprite. Is there another one anywhere? Yes, perfect. That's another sprite done. So the fishing team is just gonna do its fishing. Actually, I just realized I made a small error just now. Very quick to fix though, since they're still open. I can actually, like, I only hired the fishing team for a week. I should have done it for 2 weeks. Essentially, the fishing team is going to just work for us. They're going to be fishing for 2 weeks straight now, and I don't have to do a thing. And they're just going to collect more fish, and we're going to hopefully use those fish later on to continue from there. But I'd only had them hired for a week, which doesn't give you as many fish. It's still luck-based how many I get. So sometimes you'll get enough fish for the next sprite very quickly, but he needs to fish up 50, which can actually take a little bit. Like, it's probably going to take the full 2 weeks. That's not a big deal, though. Right now, the route is very easy. Every day, we're going to just teleport to Celia. Gonna give her a flower, teleport back, go to bed. Oh, and we may occasionally have to water some cabbages. Yeah, that is pretty much the life of our protagonist right now. That's all we need to do. We pick up our pets, go outside, water our plants. Well, I would say plant, but I actually did get 2. Go up here, flower to Celia, and moving on to the next day. I'm just gonna keep going at that for a little while. At some point, I'm gonna spend a day again, because I also kind of want to upgrade my backpack eventually. Doesn't really matter much when I do that, but do actually want to do that. The reason we plan 2, by the way, is not so much because I need to. I only need 1 cabbage. It's just that if I accidentally delete one, like destroy the plant, or if I just mess up one way or another, and in later seasons you'll actually see me plant 3 because of storms as well. I'd still need 1, so it cost me another 500 coins, and you've seen how long it can take to get those. Yeah, we pick up our pets to pet them. And petting our pets gives us sprites. Or can. There's a few yellow sprites that are linked to that. We should see the first one, I think, before the end of spring. The way the seasons work in this game, every season is 30 days. So we've got 30 days of spring, then 30 days summer, 30 days fall, 30 days winter. And honestly, this run isn't too exciting until we reach winter. But once we reach winter, oh boy. That's when things are going to go kind of crazy. Which is part of why I need the fishing team. Okay, so we got the next part. That's good. That means I can probably go for the next heart event soon. Thinking what a good day would be. We can't do it on Mondays. I don't want to do it on Tuesdays. That would be slow. Tuesday and Sunday would be slow. How much money do I have right now? It sure is someone. There's a lot more snow, that's for sure. So I'll want to... I'm kind of debating what the best option would be for when to trigger the next hard event. Okay, so there's Channel 7. Channel 7, we normally unlock it on Spring 12. Basically, it unlocks the moment that we reach 100 friendship points with any villager. Normally, we do that with a doctor, because his birthday is on Spring 12th, and he really likes colored grasses, so they're very easy to get. But in marriage percent categories, we usually just... we're going to reach that with the Bachelorette anyway. The marriage percent runs, I don't have to worry about it at all. Okay, so we definitely want to wait until the fishing team is pretty much done. We started it on Spring 8. There's, I think, 2 festivals in between, so that's 16 days, so we want to go to Spring 24. Okay, yeah, we'll do that towards the end of spring, then. I don't care that the rest of my farm is kind of being neglected here. We're going to be neglecting the farm a lot over the course of this run. Funny enough, this run contains very little actual farming, which is kind of funny because of, you know, the game kind of being a farming simulator in a lot of ways. But we don't really care about the farm, if I'm being honest. Oh, right, it's a festival. I can just go back to bed right away. That's a festival day, the chicken festival or something is happening. Over the course of the in-game year, certain festivals start to happen where basically you can put your animals on display and the best one will win, and that's how you can increase their level, which means, like, because if let's say I put in a chicken and my chicken wins, which is just based on their happiness, then the eggs that chicken will give, as well as the eggs of all of the offspring of that chicken, will start to sell for more. At first, the increases are really small, but if you breed that chicken again, and you repeat the process year after year, they can actually become quite a thing. But we don't have chickens, so they go for all the animals. They're all there. Now the current Harvest Goddess percent, like the Rescue Harvest Goddess world record, actually makes use of the festival sprite. She's managed to find a way to actually route them in. I haven't had a chance to actually implement that into my runs. For this run, for this category, it's going to matter very little, but it is a thing. So this is Gourmet. He's going to trigger the cooking festival. I think it's going to happen the day after. We're also going to ignore the cooking festival. Interesting side fact about the cooking festival, it's actually broken in this version. In the Harvest Moon DS US version, the item that you use this year that you submit is also going to be resubmitted next year, regardless of what you submit. So you keep using the same item year after year, which will usually disqualify you. So this time around, we're just gonna... Okay, so my cabbages are done. So that's going to trigger a sprite to appear here. These are the green sprites. They are casually kind of useful. For a speedrun, they are completely useless other than that they're easy to obtain. Basically, they do foraging, so they go around the map just collecting items for you. Like colored grasses, flowers, that sort of stuff, and then sell them. That's all they do. But several of them are very easy for us to obtain, so that's still useful, I guess. here again. Give her a flower again. And back to my place. Back to bed. I'm thinking I think the Wednesday. If the day after this is sunny, I'll probably try for the Purple Heart event. Yo, Retro. Just the girl I was talking about. Oh, I gave the wrong item. Whoopsie. I didn't mean to give a purple grass. Okay, it's not a huge deal. Oh wait, it's Tuesday. I was gonna wait till Wednesday, I said. Let me actually do that then. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, let me actually check something. Okay, so the purple grass was minus 500. That's a bit of a bad mistake then. It's not going to set us back by much. It's only a day. It's, yeah, pretty much only a day, because you get like 100 for just having interacted with her. So the net loss isn't that big. Yes, we just went to bed carrying our cat. The reason I actually sometimes bring my pets into bed like that is that way as soon as I get out of bed, they immediately get the heart, and I don't have to pick them up and put them back down anymore. This doesn't save a lot of time, but it does save a little bit. We're talking about, like, over the course of the run, it saves a few seconds doing it like that, because I don't have to chase after them anymore. I kind of just have to... Okay, so now that it's past 9, I can go to the supermarket. We're gonna buy the upgrade for our backpack. This gives us double the inventory space. And that's just so nice to have. Not having to worry about inventory space anymore for a while. We can buy one more upgrade, and we will eventually, but for now this'll do. Past 10, so I can go here to hire the fishing team again. Days, and let's do that again. The way that I mash, by the way, in this game is I usually hold... Wait, is today a festival? If so, what festival is it? No. Okay. Weird. Did I really not do that again? I thought it had run out by this point. I must have miscounted. Doesn't really matter much though. But yeah, heck, where was I? I've kind of lost my train of thought there. Doesn't really matter. We're just gonna go back to collecting stuff. I need to wait till 3:40 p.m. because that's when I can trigger the Purple Heart event. And it's honestly not a big deal because I needed to go around the map collecting these grasses and flowers at some point anyway. I can kind of just nicely combine it now. That's also kind of why I wanted to do it at the end of the month. Not just because I can actually buy some stuff and rehire the team, but also just because I can get so many grasses right now. Because over the course of the month, they've been growing everywhere. And we've been ignoring just about every single field in the game. So by now picking them up all at once, we make sure to have a lot. And we need a lot, so... Like, all combined are actually worth a decent amount here, too. Oh, this isn't even our farmland. We can use it to grow crops. And some fields will grow crops faster than others. So some of these are actually kind of useful casually. Like, you could have crops on every one of these fields if you want to. Just claim them as ours. But this is not part of the farm. I'm just here to collect all the purple, or all of the colored grasses we need, because we do need a lot of those. And all the flowers, because we pretty much need enough flowers by the end of this month to pretty much last us the rest of the year. At least that's what I'm going to be aiming for. Okay, so this is the Purple Heart event. We're gonna... At the moment that we walk in here, Celia comes up to us and she asks if she can walk with us. So that's why I kind of went through the text boxes slowly. I want to make sure that we say that we do want to go with her. Saying no loses us a lot of time, so... So basically, Celia tells us here that when she was a kid, she was very sick. And she tells us about the legend of the Harvest Goddess, which is supposed to live in this pond. And we tell her that we believe it's real. Because we know it's real. She doesn't know that we know that it's real, but... Yeah, she tells us that because she was sick, she couldn't really go outside much. But as she lived here, she's gradually been able to get better and better. It's not completely healed yet, but it's definitely been improving. So every time she can, she just comes here to thank the Harvest Goddess. And that's also why she likes working on the farm, because she can actually go outside and do the things she never could. Collect a few more. Yeah, with those hard events, sometimes the default option is actually the bad one, like it was there. If I were to just go through it and mash, we would have actually just told her to not come with us. And that would have made her sad, and that would have lost us time. So we can actually lose a lot of time through that, because it's not a small amount of time loss either. Just as a reference, me giving the colored grass to Celia, that lost me 500. Giving the wrong option on a hard event loses you 6 times that amount. Loses you 3,000 love points. So it's huge to give the wrong answer. It's really bad. Yeah, that's enough for that day. Moving on again. We pretty much have enough. Okay, so this is... We've now been petting the pets every day for 25 days. Which amounts to 50 total, so that's when the first yellow sprite is going to appear. No, love points, not bluff points. You've got love points and you've got friendship points in this game. There's 2 separate counters. Everybody has friendship points that you can build. And they go from 0 to 255. And then with some people, you can also build, like with all the bachelorettes, you can build love points. which goes from 0 to 6,500 and... or 65,500 and whatever that number is. And the progress, you can see the progress if you are carrying the love bangle, which you can buy at the casino, but we don't have that. Yeah, that. Thank you, Retro. 6,500. I think 56. No, 65,535. There we go. Sheesh, that was harder than I should have been. Okay, I'm gonna probably collect a few more flowers over the course of this. Yeah, you can see the progress with the love bangle. That tells you exactly how many points you have. But if you don't have that, you can still get a good indication, at least of the love points, because that's the like, depending on how many you have, the color of the heart next to Celia's sprite changes. So because it's purple, I know that I'm somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 right now. Because black heart is 0 to 20, or sorry, 0 to 10, and then purple 10 to 20, and then when it changes again, it goes to, we know that we've surpassed 20,000 and so on and so forth. I'm gonna go over here, collect a few more flowers. I actually want to keep, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That doesn't matter though. I'm gonna try and keep one bamboo shoot. I don't really care about the rest. I just need to make sure that I have enough flowers to get me through the rest of the year, so that I don't have to worry about collecting flowers anymore. Just because you kind of start spring with nothing being overgrown, spring is just the best moment to collect these. That should do. Okay, so we don't... Actually, we may already have enough. We may be close to the amount of grasses we need. That's good. I can always collect white grasses later on. So the moment we walk out, we meet with Kai. You can already hear the music change. That means it's because it's almost time for summer. Which actually means we're going to do a little bit of actual farming. Who would have guessed, right? Actual farming in a Harvest Moon speedrun. See, we're going to plant these pineapples. It's not actually a day yet where they'll grow. But because, like, basically the check for whether the crop will grow or not happens when you go to bed, like when it transitions to the next day. And because the next day is a summer day, it will actually grow. So that's why it actually works out like that. So today I don't have to check for Celia because it is a festival day. So we're going to just ignore all of that. We're going to go in here, water our crops. How much water do I have left? Okay, yeah, I did just refill it. I wasn't sure if I refilled it or not. And so it's summer. And in summer, we're going to grow pineapples. That's the only crop I'm going to care about here, because pineapples just happen to give a sprite. Back again. So I've already done the dog. Try and remember to pick up the cat. We're also going to grab one peach. The reason we want the peach is mainly because of an event that can happen in the winter. On the 2nd of winter, the mayor is going to ask us to collect something for him. And that can be, among other things, a peach. Now, peaches also do increase Lumina's happiness, except they only increase it by the same amount that flowers do. Yeah, I wasn't sure anymore about the bamboo shoot. I figured I'd just keep one around just in case. I know for sure that the peach is. That one I was 100% confident of. Nope. Not that. I mean, considering bamboo shoots are as quick to grab as they are, I just figured I'd make sure I'd have one. Okay, we're gonna go to probably the Monday. Unless we get to Blue Heart, we're gonna go to the Monday and then I'm gonna rehire the fishing team. Or not, because Chicken Festival is coming up. Okay, so the first one was Duck Festival then. Okay, so we're still on Purple Heart. Hoping to be getting close to Blue Heart by now, but not quite there. Right. I knew that. So Tuesday isn't really gonna work either, because that's when the supermarket is closed, so we'll go to Wednesday. The reason I'm checking for days that the supermarket is also open is because one sprite is tied to buying from the supermarket on 10 days. And I want to make sure that we get that sprite. Because that is needed for the big bed, which is one of the requirements for marriage percent. And then on top of that, I also need to rehire the fishing team. So that's just another reason to go for it. Nope, that's the wrong one. Now, in the meantime, I'm gonna use this day to kind of start upgrading my sickle. See, there's also the part of we need to upgrade tools over the course of the year, and one, like the way that we do that is we just go around and use the tool a bunch. Oh, I actually should check one other thing before I move on. It's too slow there. Never mind, I'll try on a different day then. In the meantime, I can just grab some more flowers. Yeah, the sickle is one of the tools I always like to upgrade early. It's one that I can't quickly level during winter. So I kind of need to do that in the seasons before. And this allows me to just go around, get a bunch of other stuff. Like the colored grasses, which we need for sprites. Like the flowers, which we need for Celia anyway. It kind of just works out. Another fishing team member. Fishing team week, I guess. Okay, that should set us up for the next week. So then I just gotta buy something from the supermarket, and then we'll move on. So I tend to just go for oil. Kind of my go-to item here, because it's the cheapest item and it's really early. Like, it's the earliest cheap, super cheap item in the supermarket list. Yes, we got that. I am gonna quickly try and fish up a fish. I am really slow at this today. Come on. They are not cooperating right now. There we go. This is why I wanted to get one. So that gets us a second fishing sprite, because the fishing sprite has fished up more than 50 fish. Which gets us page. With 2 sprites, they actually start fishing up more fish more quickly. Which will then save more time again in the long run. Yeah, may have taken me a little bit of time to get that fish, but definitely worth it. Hello, Mr. Doggo. Get over here. Back to watering can. Let's keep growing these pineapples, shall we? So from here, we're just gonna do some time-lapse again, just like we did last season. Usually we manage to get the marriage sometime year 2, like mid-year 2. Usually sometime either summer or early autumn. Okay, so this is the worst weather we can have right now, which is storms. It's a day where I can't go to Celia, so I can't do anything with that. I can't water my... No, the crops get watered, but there's a chance they get destroyed, which luckily didn't happen this time. The upside about this is that it's going to leave like little rocks and the likes all over the place. Nope. And we can use those later on. Okay, so we managed to get to Blue Heart. So let me check. We need a rainy day for the next heart event. Any day is fine as long as it's not winter and as long as it's rainy. That would be something, someone. That'd be pretty cool. Unfortunately, rainy days during summer are really rare. But they're really common during autumn, so it's not too bad, honestly. And it doesn't really matter when we trigger the heart event. As long as we trigger it... I'd like to have it triggered before winter, but outside of that, it really doesn't matter at all. It would be quite a big pot of flowers, yeah. Although, considering she lives on a farm... Not not terrible, honestly. Let's give another flower to her, because like it's only 1 flower a day on any non-festival day. So I think we've given like 40 or so flowers right now. Like you could get that in a, if you have a pretty big pot, you can get those in there. Okay, so another storm. Nothing we can do on those days. During a storm, you can't leave your house. Simple as that. So the day after this will be the cow festival. We don't have a cow, so there's nothing we can do. So she's just gonna leave. And we're gonna just water some more crops. That does mean that the day after this, I think festival days are pretty much guaranteed to be sunny. I don't remember ever seeing a not sunny festival day. And then I don't have to teleport to Celia because she's not going to be there. Looks like my pineapples are done. So now I don't even have to water the crops anymore. We are all good. Let's just get to the end of the season, shall we? From here on, the season's going to be pretty straightforward. I am going to take one more day where we're going to do some other stuff. Probably the upcoming Wednesday. I'm like 99% sure that that's something, or that that's not something Thomas can ask. But with, like, so basically on Winter 2, there's an event where the mayor of town will ask you for a random item. There's only so many items he can ask, but I'm fairly confident one of the crops, like one of the special crops is in there. I think it's the bell pepper, but I'm not 100% sure. So usually what I do in runs is I just keep a bunch of items around. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't really lose time keeping them around, because I'll just sell them at a later time. And yeah, okay. I was about to say, I think it's bell pepper. I was pretty sure about bell pepper. I wasn't sure about the other ones. But yeah, like I said, it doesn't really lose me time to keep them around. Other than like the second and a half it takes me to sell it later instead of immediately. But it's like, I lose a second and a half, but I have the security that I'm definitely sure that I'm not going to miss anything. We're only going to be able to hire the fishing team one extra time then. Yeah, I know that somebody found the list of the actual items he can ask. Like half of the items you can obtain right away. Like you can just do that right there in winter. But then there is a bunch that you can't, and are from either from other seasons, like the peach. Because the peach I know for a fact. He's asked me about a peach before, and then I didn't have one because I didn't know it was possible. So I'll just keep stuff around and see what he asks, because that way I at least know for sure that it's never going to be an issue. Why is that event important? If you complete the event, you get a piece of golden lumber. Now, that isn't too important, but the first time you get a piece of golden lumber, it triggers an orange sprite. Specifically, the leader of the orange team. And it's a relatively fast sprite to get. Like, especially if he asks you for something that you already have at that point, it's a really fast sprite. Because you just have to wait for the end of the day. Now, if you are a little bit lucky, the money glitch at that point will have already triggered, and you can actually just make a day out of it. And even if it doesn't, you can still spend that time very, very efficiently. So we get the biggest backpack upgrade. It's a really good way to spend the day. Okay, so since it's a rainy day, we're going to be triggering the next hard event this day. I was gonna wait till autumn, but this works. Right, I've never talked to Dr. Hardy yet. That's why it wasn't triggering. So, Celia is having a checkup here with the doctor. And the doctor is just, like, she's been doing a lot better. And then the doctor makes a remark about how she has become a lot prettier. And that often means that a girl likes a boy. So Dr. Hardy starts to poke around. And right at that moment, we happen to walk in. And then she just starts to blush. Yo, Kiara, good morning. So Dr. Hardy kind of figures it out, and he asks if we have a girlfriend. We say no. So she gets all flustered and mad at the doctor for it, but then when she walks out, she just starts to blush again and tells us, "See you later." It's super cute. Honestly, I like that cutscene. It's a good cutscene. And yeah, she's kind of happy to hear that we don't apparently have a girlfriend. She has started to like us. Okay, anyway, the rest is just finishing up this season and moving on. I think we have enough flowers to trigger, or enough colored grasses to trigger the remaining, pretty much trigger all of the purple sprites, the 3 that we still need. So we should be good here for now. There we go. Doing good, Kiara. Doing good, thank you. We're almost going into autumn, and in autumn we're gonna do some actual farming again. Who would have guessed, right? not until we've given Celia a few more flowers. Normally in a normal Rescue Harvest Goddess run, so normal any percent basically, we would just pretty much just wake up, pick up our pets to trigger the petting thingy, and then just immediately go to bed again. We like don't really care at all. Okay, time for us to actually do things. I'm only gonna make 2 crops, that's enough here. So give Celia another flower. In autumn, I'm planning to actually do a little bit more. Because I want to get the sickle to the point that I can actually upgrade it once we have triggered the money glitch. I am really short on mithril still because we got super unlucky in the first mine. But that's something we'll start to do. Now the bell pepper, of all the 3 crops that we grow here, is a super quick... It's probably one of the quickest crops you can grow. You can, if like they grow by 1 stage every other day, and you pretty much get to the final stage. You get to the final stage relatively quickly, and then once you're at the final stage, it's like you can get another bell pepper every other day. So with the pineapples from before, you can get at most in 1 season 3 pineapples. Like the one we got, and if we kept harvesting, we would have been able to get 1 on the 25th and 1 on the 30th. I don't have black grass, but it's in the mine. So if Thomas asks for black grass, I'll just jump into the mine. Like, I haven't collected any of the things that he can ask for, but are not... let's see, how do I say this? That he can ask for, and that can be obtained during winter itself. The things like the bracelet and whatnot, which can be asked for, I can get them during actual winter. Yeah, we're just gonna wait until 10. We're just gonna do a few warps real quick. Yeah, I definitely need to... 140 now. Probably can't do another one. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Let's go here. Their flower. Now, since we've actually already collected most, or since we've actually already finished most of the heart events, we're probably not going to increase the heart level, like the heart color, as quickly as we have so far. Like, so far it's been going really quickly, where it's just like pretty much every couple of weeks upped by another stage. That's going to start slowing down. Like, the heart events basically count for like 10 days worth of love points. So, since we've already triggered 3 of the 4 of those, that's just like an extra month we're going to have to account for. It's not a huge deal, honestly. We can still just keep going, and it'll still increase decently fast, but just not as fast as it has so far. That said, there is one more heart event that we can trigger, but we need yellow heart for that. Which first, like, we first have to get past the green heart. Like, right now we're on blue, then it goes to green, then it goes to yellow. That's where the last heart event is at. And then after yellow, it's just orange that we have to go through as well. And then because after orange is the red. Once we're on red, we're good. So, like, the heart events get you a decent amount in. Also, look at that farm. It's like we've actually been cleaning up a little bit, right? Like, whenever I play this casually, or whenever I used to play this casually, I suppose I should say, I'd always just keep track of my farm and clear, like, every day I'd go across the farm and just clear up every single piece of trash that was left around. Which, if you keep up with it, it doesn't take that long. It was always nice and clean. But now it's just a mess. How much more do we need? Okay, so we're only 30% away on the sickle. So if you look at the small screen right now, you'll see that every one of my tools has a percentage next to it. Once it hits 400%, it means you can upgrade it to mithril. 100% means you can upgrade it to bronze, 200 to silver, 300 to gold, and then 400 to mithril. That's the point we want to reach, because a lot of tools, once they get upgraded to mithril, can then unlock sprites. So we just need to get to that 400 mark, which we're almost there. There we go. So now we can upgrade it to mithril, which pretty much means that as soon as it turns winter and we actually successfully trigger the glitch, I am done with that. Oh, it's a special holiday. That's unfortunate. Okay, that's too bad. We still got to the 400 though, so it wasn't a waste of time at all. I was just hoping to hit another supermarket day. Didn't realize that Autumn 3rd was a special holiday. Yeah, normally I run into the issue that I just don't have enough time to actually upgrade all my tools, which is why I tend to start a little bit earlier with it. Because we're gonna get the milker event. Like, once I start to upgrade that tool, we're also gonna buy the milker, and we're gonna be spending a lot of time upgrading the milker. The milker glitch takes about 13 minutes to set up, which is incredibly lengthy, but it helps me unlock like 5 sprites or something. It's super, like, it makes up for it like tenfold. Yeah, I figured it was going to be a Mineral Town holiday. That's unfortunate, though. Yeah, we'll just do the next day that I'm actually going to wait longer towards the end of the season. Or at least in the second half. We're going to do a little bit more time warping here. Or time lapsing here. Just, you know, getting out of bed, give a flower to a girl, pick up the pets, water our crops, go back to bed. And you gotta admit, right? This guy he's living the dream. He is literally out of his bed for like 10 minutes a day. Oh, we got the bell pepper. Let's go. So this is the last green sprite that we unlock from selling specific types of crop. So we're kind of done with that now. I am gonna quickly check if the fishing sprite, or if the next fishing sprite is ready. I doubt it, but might be worth checking. if something will bite. And I can actually not be a dum-dum and catch it. Why am I so slow at this? There we go. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be enough. Since I'm already this far into the day, I'm probably just going to wait around. Upgrade the next tool. Do the watering can. Actually, yeah, let's do the watering can. The fastest way to upgrade the watering can is not actually to water any tiles, but rather to just refill it every time. The meter won't go up, as you can tell. Like, the meter isn't actually doing anything, but when I then do this, it just jumps by a lot. We just keep refilling it. Water one more time. See there, up 17% in one go. That's a reasonably fast way to upgrade it. Another tool I'm gonna have to consider upgrading soon is the hoe. That one's a bit finicky because it's one of the few that doesn't actually give a sprite. So because of that, it becomes a lot less valuable. But it's such a good help with finding the hidden water sprites since I haven't actually learned the RNG manip for it. Okay, so the next day is going to be a festival day, so we're just going to ignore it. And go talk to her, give her a flower. You guys know the drill by now, right? This is pretty much what we're gonna keep doing until we get ourselves that red heart. And that's kind of like also the one way where, or the one really big way in which all the marriage percents kind of differ. There's two major differences. There is the items you can give to raise happiness. Some people are easier than others. Oh, nice, we got green heart. Let's go. So some people are just easier than others. And then aside from that, there is the heart events, which are different. Some of them are easier than others. But Celia is kind of known to be one of the easiest girls normally to get. Her favorite items are really straightforward. They're often crops, flowers. She really likes curries, I think. And then her favorite item is cake. And that's actually a hard one to get, so we can't really get the favorite items very easily. Now, Lumina is another one that I really like to do. You also can increase her really easily using the flowers, but her favorite is actually easier to get. Because the item that you need for it, like it's also a cooked ingredient. Favorite is always a cooked ingredient, but that cooked ingredient you can actually just buy. Or at least not the cooked item itself, but all of the ingredients you need for it you can just buy at the casino. So as a result, on the birthday where you get like I think 5 times the usual amount, you can just cook that favorite item and just instantly get like a 4,500 love point boost. And if you can't get it twice over the course of the run, but even that one time just saves you like 10 days. So that actually makes Lumina a relatively easy one. For now, someone, for now. Also, hey, Sniper. Doing good, doing good. But yeah, the rest will happen. Don't worry. We are going to be actually doing a lot of other stuff soon. But I need it to be winter first. That's when we're really gonna start glitching the game a little bit. Like once we've managed to trigger the money glitch, things are gonna take a different turn very quickly. I don't actually want to hire the fishing sprites right now, even though they're not active. Mainly because I need to make sure that the fishing sprites are active for the first few days of winter. Because I need that in order to be able to trigger the glitch. No, I dropped it on the floor. Whoopsie. Dropping it on the floor usually doesn't have that much of an impact, although if you drop a lot of items, it will lose you... Like, every time you drop an item, it will lose you some friendship points. Which for this run isn't really gonna matter because of how many we give anyway. Remember when one of the first times I played it casually, I used to just go across my farm and drop all the weeds on the floor? Not realizing that that was why everybody's friendship points were at 0. I thought it was just because I was ignoring everybody and not interacting really, except for like the one or two persons I interacted with a lot. But apparently the friendship was at 0 just because I was tossing items around, and they don't like that. So our bell peppers have grown again. I could pick them up. I don't have to, though. A little bit of money early on, I guess. I'll pick them up. In case we haven't triggered money glitch by winter 3. So we're now on the 20th. I'm probably going to use either the 20... Okay, so the next day is going to be a festival, the sheep festival. So I'm going to use the day after that to set up for money glitch. We're going to actually start doing stuff again. Well, it's not going to seem like we're doing anything that we haven't already done, but things are going to start happening soon. But I need it to not be Sunday or Tuesday, so that's not an option right now. And I need it to be within... Probably within about 8 days or so. Like, 9 is probably the max I can go for, yeah. But within, like, 9 days of winter. So this would be the earliest... Oh, right, festival. Back to bed, then. I don't like that it's a rainy day, though. I might try the next day. It doesn't hurt me to go for the day after this, to go for the Friday instead. And if it's not a rainy day the day after this, that will actually make things easier on me. Just because I'll have an easier time upgrading tools, and I can upgrade them much more effectively. So the day after, we're gonna... Okay, yeah, that was a good decision. 23rd still works just fine. Still a fine, still a good day to go for. And this day I can just upgrade the tool more easily. I can actually use my time better. A little bit of inventory management. So I'm gonna go here. We're gonna do this until 10. I may have to eat some grasses at some point. So like I said, as you can tell right now, the percentage for the watering can isn't going up. But every single time I look away and use the watering can anywhere, it doesn't even have to be a tile I dug up, all of the percentage that should have been added gets added at once. So the counter is increasing, even though we can't see it right now. If I can get this to mithril That's gonna make my life a little bit easier during winter again. Do I have any... Yeah, okay, I have enough of those. See, now you can see that because I actually stopped for a little bit and did something else, it suddenly went up to 310% from the, like, 264 that we were at. Okay, that's 229. We only need an hour more, so I'm probably not gonna eat any more grasses. I'll leave that for winter. At 349, we're getting there. 349 is good. Yeah, let's see if I have enough coins. I think I barely have enough, actually. Yeah, we barely have enough. Gotta select the beach. That's very important. Really, Assassin? I've never seen this game freeze. Actually, that's not true. I've seen it happen once. But I probably have like close to 1,000 hours in this game, and I've only had it happen once. One more oil there. That'll do. Now we just need to continue our time lapse a little bit. I gotta pay attention that I do not go outside on autumn 30th. That's a festival day, and it's a really bad one to go outside. Because the moment that you try to go outside, an event will trigger, and it's really slow. Yeah, I had a later version. That might have been why. Because I did have a later version of the game. And I had a PAL copy. So that's also kind of a thing. So that was probably patched by that point, I imagine. Yeah, okay. That could explain. I gotta really pay attention to the dates here. Also why I'm focusing for a little bit, because several glitches are going to be happening back to back. Well, glitches and mechanic abuses. It's pretty much what we're gonna do is once we get to the 29th, I'm going to be saving the game, and I'm going to be attempting a weather manipulation. Essentially, I can, like, if I want to, I can decide what the weather is, as long as I just spend enough time trying to get the specific weather pattern that I want. Now, I don't really care if it's clear or snow on winter 2nd. It's just, it needs to just not be a storm. Because storms are really bad. And then I need it to not be a storm on winter 3rd either. That would also be kind of bad. Okay, so this is this one still, and then we're going to do one more, and then I'm going to start doing that weather manip. I just want to make sure that all the winter days that we need it to be clear, it's going to be clear. Save diary 1. So the 29th, I don't actually need to safety save on this date. I can do it on the 30th. But I like to do it on the 29th as well, just so that I have a backup in case I mess up somewhere down the line. Okay, so like I said, I cannot go outside on this day. We saved the diary. Oh, right. Okay, so this is where we need to check the weather channel. Okay, snow is fine. I am cool with snow. So, there's a few things that's going to be happening right now. The day after this, we're going to have the Winter 2 event. And I'm going to attempt, and this might work, this might not, but I'm going to attempt to trigger a money glitch before then. It's probably not going to succeed before the winter second event. No, I didn't think so. Okay, very important though, I needed to... Okay, snow is fine. I can work with this. We're gonna save the game. Because now I need the mayor to cooperate. He's going to ask me for a random item. This can be something really bad, and it can be something really useful. A Matsutake, I didn't pick those up. Okay. I could have picked those up, I think. Whatever. So that was not the event that I needed. So we're gonna just load the save. And try again. Green dumpling is a really hard one. I can't do that yet. We're hoping for... The ideal one would be a peach or a white grass. A golden egg. Please. Thomas, give me something useful here. Now the first one I probably could have done because I think Matsutakes do grow in fall. But a golden egg, I can't do a golden egg. That's just not in my options. Point in case. I didn't even know the golden egg doesn't exist, but shows you, I suppose. So this is why we save before triggering this cutscene. But he asks for green dumpling again. I can't do that. Come on, Thomas. Okay, a peach. See, this is why we kept a peach. I have this. Yes. Okay, perfect. Save Diary 2. So now we just have to spend the day. That is all we gotta do. May have taken a few tries for Thomas to actually ask for something plausible, but here we go. Okay, come on, game, anything? Okay, not enough to actually trigger anything. What I'm gonna do, first and foremost, okay. But at this point, I just have to spend some time. The time in the game needs to be after 4:30 p.m. That is all there is to it. It needs to be after 4:30 p.m. The way we're going to do that is we're just going to eat grasses for a little while. The the orange grasses that I'm eating right now, they don't actually do anything. They don't add to my stats, they don't reduce my stats, they just don't do anything. And the reason I'm going for these right now is just because I can spend like an hour eating them. Because it does help me trigger more sprites. That's something they can do. And we're just going to go for the watering can. Upgrade that all the way to mithril. I'm kind of hoping that over the course of doing this, we'll be able to trigger the money glitch. You'll know that the money glitch has worked once you see my money. Because if I can get it to work, our money stat will just be like, oh hey, you have 100 million coins. Or 100 million gold or something. It's something ridiculous like that. That's what we're aiming for, 100 million. Or something in that general vicinity. And that is actually possible, but it takes some time. And from there, we can do so many more things. Okay, so we just unlocked the 20th sprite, and once you get the 20th sprite, you immediately unlock the 21st as well. Channel 3, Earth. Channel 3 tells you information about the sprites. So, like, when their birthday is, because you can actually increase the happiness of sprites as well. You can befriend those too. But also, like, the things they like, and I think he gives hints as to how you can unlock more. Okay, watering can is done. I want to quickly head into the mine. We still have to get more mithril. This doesn't actually advance time much, but we have to do this eventually anyway. And I have plenty of yellow grasses to restore my fatigue once I get to a certain point. And it does move time forward a little bit, it's just not much. But since we needed to do this anyway, I might as well do it now. This is more like what the mine is supposed to look like. Not like that mine we had at the start of this run, because that one was terrible. Made it to floor 8. This is where I can somewhat reliably get mithril. Okay, I need to use 5 golden, or 5 yellow grasses. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I do need mithril though. I only need like 2 more pieces. Well, I can go with 3 actually, but we have nearly enough. Um... There was just not a single... a floor 9 without a single piece of mithril. That is really dumb. That's pretty uncommon. Okay, the reason I didn't want to reach floor 10 was mainly because of this cutscene. But in the end, it didn't really matter at all because we've been getting so unlucky with it. There we go. I'm gonna try for one more piece. See, there we go. That wasn't so hard now, was it? That was ridiculous. Oh well. So we're gonna sell 26 gold. Wow. A really high amount. Gotta be very careful to not sell the peach. I can sell everything else, but I cannot sell the peach. I guess in the meantime, we're just gonna work a little bit on this. Actually, I know what I'm gonna be working on. There's another tool that needs upgrading. So this one's kind of finicky because it's... At this point in time, this is the most effective way to do it, just because I can't quickly restore stamina yet. Later on, there's going to be a much faster way to increase it. But I might as well get some in. No, I'm not going to save again. Okay, we have one peach, one chance. There we go. Okay, so Thomas here, he's going to give us a piece of golden lumber as a thank you, as a token of his gratitude. And that's going to unlock the next sprite. Unfortunately, though the golden lumber, you have to, like, if you buy them, you have to spend like 100,000. But selling them doesn't actually give you anything. Otherwise, this would have been a nice backup for some early money. So we can still do the day 2 thing, or day 3 winter things if we haven't triggered money glitch yet. Yeah, the Oran and Thomas, they get into a fight here. We have to break them up. So Oran just flings some more insults towards Thomas before he teleports away. Yeah, they are a merry bunch, that's for sure. Okay, so you look at my money stat right now, you'll see I have about like 100 or like 1 billion gold or something. I think it's actually like 1 billion and not 100 million. Basically, I have infinite money right now. And that is actually exactly what we needed. Because having infinite money is nice. That's the first glitch. It's called the money glitch. We got it really early, which is nice. If you can get it by the 3rd, it actually saves a decent chunk of time. Because we can do a lot of things today. I do have to still wait a little bit for the shops to open up, but once the shops start opening up, we're gonna do a lot of stuff. Pretty much get everything that we would want. We'll have plenty of energy refill items soon. We're gonna get drunk. I know that's not something we should do around here, but that's something we're gonna be doing now. We're gonna get some more music so that we have some music for later on for when we're grinding. We're gonna buy a bunch of items. We're gonna sell a bunch of items. We're gonna buy buildings. We're gonna trigger more sprites, buy coins. Just about everything we would want to be able to do right now, we can now do. This glitch was actually, like, they took it out of the Harvest Moon DS girl version, HMDS Cute, which is why the Harvest Moon DS Cute run is like an hour and a half, 2 hours longer than this run. That is solely because of this glitch. I'm just gonna eat the remaining grasses here. Hopefully it'll be enough, otherwise I have to grind some white grasses later. Okay, it is enough. We had exactly enough. Okay, so first things first. Now, instead of gonna buy 1, we're just gonna buy 99, because who cares, really? We're also going to buy a basket. That'll do for now. We're gonna go to the blacksmith. Get several things here, like the brush, milker, and we're gonna do the sickle upgrade. We don't need the sickle right now anyway, but now is a good time to upgrade it. This is why I wanted to get those ready before this season happened. Oh, GOTS is still closed, right? It's still too early. Nope, not those. Oh, is that a thing? I did not know that. See, the more you learn, I suppose. Okay, so we're gonna go over here. Get this sprite. Oh, I will beat. That's on me. I legit did not know that you could actually just instantly go to 99 like that. Nice. Thanks, Retro. That's actually gonna save me a lot of time in runs. One of those little details that I must have overlooked. Okay. Oh, this is so fast! I never knew about this mechanic. For those wondering, Retro is the world record holder on Rescue Harvest Goddess. She bopped my time. Yeah, this is a good time save. I legit did not know that was a thing. Gotta be a little bit careful here. Not to sell the wrong stuff. Yeah, I can see why. Okay, so the reason I sell something through the basket like that is just because a certain sprite will trigger the moment that we sell something through the basket. And the reason I bought as many as I did, because having sold 1,000 will also trigger a sprite, which I can then use to get the horse. Okay, in the meantime, I'll go back in here, talk to Gots the Woodcutter. We're gonna buy a stone shed. I need those sheds in order to actually trigger the sprites from being able to really do anything, so... And then from here, we're just gonna wait for a few hours. Upgrade our fishing rod in the meantime. Now that we have the body geysers and turbo jolts, this just goes a lot faster because I can very quickly heal all of it. We need 60 sprites to unlock the Harvest Goddess, which is one of the requirements for marriage in this game. And in order to actually be able to trigger that, we need a bunch of sprites. We need 60 sprites unlocked. Fishing is a very decent way of getting sprites. I think it's late enough that I can trigger the next bit. Go over here. No, it's still too early. Not by much though, so. Actually, I probably didn't really need to do that. It doesn't really matter. See, now that we Now that we have as much money as we do, we're going to trigger the 2 purple sprites in here. The way that we do that is by just buying a bunch of drinks. And in order to actually trigger both of the sprites, I need to buy 50 drinks. But it can't be water. It needs to be something other than water. So safe to say we are going to get drunk on morning mist here. For the next few minutes, we'll just be buying drinks. I can use the money counter to kind of track the progress. It's kind of convenient. It's 400 each. So that was our 10th. We're already 20% of the way. This is, I suppose, a little bit of a slower sprite, but with having to get 60 sprites, it's kind of like, that's probably the hardest part of the entire route of this, just figuring out which sprites are the fastest to do. And this one turned out to not be terrible. It's still a few minutes, but by comparison, it's really not too bad. Especially since we have the money anyway, so I don't have to worry about that part. Worth noting, by the way, that Griffin here, he's making bank. We're paying like 20,000 gold. Which is almost the same price as our stone shed. We just drink that away in a night. Just think about that. So, halfway done. Once the stone shed is done, I'm actually going to cancel the water sprites and we're going to get other sprites to work for us. Because that's also still a thing. We're actually going to get the stone sprites to do some work. And from here on, like pretty much every time that GOTS is not doing work for us, and it's a day that he does work, we're going to wait for his shop to open and just grab more stuff, because we need a lot of buildings for this. That's just a thing. We're going to start with simple things like the stone shed and the lumber shed, because we kind of need those for some sprites to trigger. But then later on, we're also going to get things like animal sheds and a silo. And we're actually going to get some animals, because we are going to get cows. We're not going to really make use of them until we have triggered the milker glitch, which is another glitch in this game that'll let us pretty much milk 100 bottles of milk per cow per day. Quite useful. Actually, there might be another way now. But I'm also going to use it for like a brushing sprite and a... There's a few other sprites that we can use for it as well. There is actually a new glitch that was discovered, I think, that uses the horse to get that. But since I need those cows anyway, it kind of works out, because I can use it for the brushing sprites and the petting sprites. Okay, so that's both of the sprites there. I mean, I can try the glitch you use. I might try that before I actually decide to buy the horses. Or buy the cows. But then I have a 3 sprite deficit elsewhere because of that, so I'm probably gonna go for it anyway. Not as useful in any percent? I figured. I'm not surprised, at least. Yo, nice, someone. That's good to know. Wait. Where's the horse? There's the horse. I'm gonna just drop off the horse in the stable here. And I'm gonna sell those 2 pieces of stone. And that's gonna trigger another sprite. Yo, Neko. It's a pretty fun run, honestly. It's been a long time since I ran Harvest Moon. I don't actively run this anymore. But they're fun little runs. Okay, another flower for Celia. Oh, we actually got up to Yellow Heart. Nice, that means we can start triggering the Yellow Heart event soon. Gotta figure out what the times for those were again. I don't remember from the top of my head. Oh, it's at the bar, not Wednesday. Got it. Should be fine then. Actually do that pretty soon. If we're lucky, the day after this will be sunny. It might not. Like, winter has a lot of snowy days. That's definitely the most common weather here. Okay, stone shed is finished. So that's that one done. Quickly go to Celia. While we wait here, I'm actually going to quickly let the cat inside. She's been asking to get back inside. I figured we'd wait for a day like this. Okay, hold on. Hello, kitty cat. Okay, moving on. Luckily, this part is kind of downtime anyway, since we need to wait. I can just go to the side of the building like that. The unfortunate part about it being a snowy day is that our stamina is going to drain a little bit faster, and we need to use a little bit more heal items because of that. But I can still use this day to just get working on upgrading that fishing rod. So at 9, I need to buy from the supermarket. We're probably going to buy quite a lot this time, because I want to sell up to about 5,000 items in the supermarket. We're also going to request sprites again. Are the fishing sprites still working? They are. Let's tell them that we don't need them anymore. I don't need help tomorrow. I'll admit, Retro, I'm very glad that you told me about this trick. I legit did not know until today. It is so much faster than what I used to do. You know, one of those cases of if I ever get back into running this again, I'll, feel like PB is gonna be kind of free. There we go up to about 5,000 here, because that triggers another green sprite, and it's still a relatively quick one, and I can just kind of do that during downtime. I have to wait till 4 PM anyway for the yellow heart event to be able to trigger. And every, like, full inventory is about 3,000 worth of stuff. That is fair. Okay, where in my inventory are we? Second page? Second page, okay. Yeah, I have one slot left in my inventory, so that was reasonably accurate in my count then. The way it selects the items in this game is really weird. It feels really random how it goes through the menu like that. Go back in real quick. I'm gonna Call the woodcutter again. We're gonna get a lumber shed this time. Buy the materials as well. Tap build. I don't necessarily have to hit it all the way yet. I'm gonna buy a few hundred more and then just kind of leave it at that for now. We have to go to the supermarket to buy stuff again anyway. Okay, next up is Jet. Oh. With Jet, we're gonna be able to buy music. This is music from other Harvest Moons. And in order to trigger a sprite, we have to buy 5 CDs. Now, the only one I actually always try to get is Summer Memories, because I really like to put on that song when I'm grinding. Other than that, it really doesn't matter much. Yeah, there we go. That's channel 5. Now I'm gonna briefly go down here, talk to Roller, and do this. No, I need to buy coins first. But the other way around. Apparently that works there as well. That's really good to know. I had no idea that you could do that there. Let's see. Truth Bangle is kind of nice to have. See, that's just an instant, like, minute time save on my PB. We're gonna hire the orange team for 2 weeks because they take some time actually getting everything. Was the fishing team hired for another week still? Surprised it was actually. Okay, there's the other sprite that I needed. Trying to think what a good day would be to stay up a little bit longer as well. Because like I said earlier, today we're going to stay up till about 4 anyway to trigger the yellow heart event. From there, we're going to kind of have to see what the smart plan is. I feel like we're doing quite well, honestly. So the fishing rod is almost ready to go to gold. Not quite there yet, but almost at gold. After the fishing rod is done, I'm probably gonna get started on the milker. The milker is always kind of a big one. Just because it takes 13 minutes to upgrade it, if done optimally. But those 13 minutes are so worth it. Okay, that should be enough for now. Let's warp there. Oh, no, that's one door too far. Does it need to be sunny? Might need to be sunny. come back on a sunny day. It's fine. We've just been upgrading tools, so we hardly lost any time to it. Okay, there we go. That gets us the mithril sickle. Gotta check on those. Okay, so I don't have any fishing sprites here anymore. Weird. It's not on Wednesday, so I can do that on Monday. I should have both, or all three of the shops I need to be open ready. Yeah, we'll do that on the Monday then. How many sprites are we on in total anyway? 31. We're a little over halfway done with the amount of sprites. Not terrible, honestly. Still a lot more sprites to collect, but so far so good. Okay, Monday I believe has all of the shops that I need to be open. I'm gonna quickly check that it's not a festival day at least. It's not, at least not here. So that means we should be good. I still can't trigger the heart event because it's not a sunny day. But I should be able to get everything else that I wanted to do done. Okay, so we're gonna continue upgrading our fishing rod. We should be getting reasonably close right now, I think. Don't think we're gonna quite be able to get it to mithril this day, but hopefully we'll be able to get reasonably close. Also, they've cleared out pretty much this entire field, so actually we're gonna do something else first. Do that here. This is usually the best place to go for it. Let's see how far they've gotten. We're gonna speed up the orange team a little bit, hopefully. So that's an orange sprite. And that's an orange sprite. Okay, this is what I mean. Okay, only 2. Still, that is a good start. We need them to keep doing the work, but the fact that we just unlocked another 2 is going to speed it up. They should be able to get through the fields a bit faster because of that. Still no Channel 2. Really hoping to unlock Channel 2 today. We kind of need that in order to get started on the house upgrades as well. Because that is the one thing with marriage percent. There's a lot more upgrades that we need to do. Not the end of the world. Even if we don't get it, it's honestly fine. Because at worst, it just means we have to sleep for a few days towards the end of the run. And it's not like that's going to take a whole lot of time. Okay, let's see. Ah, Dude, Guts, I'm right in front of you. You don't have to remind me about the fact that I've taken 10,000 steps by this point. I would like the lumber team a little bit more. There are still pieces with hundreds of pieces to collect. Then we go in here, we're gonna... The blacksmith, let's upgrade our watering can. Mithril. Then, got the woodcutter. Let's do the pond next. So the pond is actually a relatively insignificant upgrade or a building that we need. It's only tied to one sprite. But it's also one of those sprites where it's literally just I have to trigger the building of it and that's it. So I can go out right now. We're gonna build the pond. Just gonna move it all the way down here somewhere. There we go. Build it. Done. That's all I needed to do for that one sprite. And it's another fishing sprite as well, which isn't directly that important, but later on we will do more fishing because there are a lot more fishing sprites we can obtain. So this pond is kind of just going to help with that because we'll just have more fish to work with. That's all I needed to do for it, by the way. It's just use the fishing rod on the pond once. Okay, now that that's done, we're just gonna head to bed. I'm kind of hoping that this Wednesday is gonna be a sunny day. Nope, still not. I think we're gonna stall till 9 because I really do want the supermarket thingy to unlock by this point. I don't even care about how far into the hard events we are because we just need to trigger one more hard event. That shouldn't take too long. Okay, there's none left there. Okay, they haven't gotten to this field yet. That's kind of a good thing. That means I can start working on triggering more sprites in the meantime. There's Pierre. There we go, that's another one. The orange team is probably the team we complete the most in an any percent run. And since any percent is still a big chunk of marriage percent, it goes for this run as well. Just because those sprites are so easy to get oftentimes. Let's see if we can actually get the fishing rod to 100% this time. Or at least close enough that I can make it to 100% next time I can actually send something to Sabaria. Because after that upgrade, we're pretty much done with upgrades for a little bit. Because the axe is still way too far away. The hoe isn't going to happen anytime soon. So, it's pretty much just the fishing rod right now. But this should put it hopefully close enough that next time that we can go to Sabaria, I can upgrade the fishing rod. Okay, there we go, Channel 2. Now, why was Channel 2 so important, you might be wondering. Channel 2 is TV shopping. You see, Harvest Moon DS has its own TV shopping network. And what we're going to do here is we're going to start that, and pretty much every week we can buy something. Now, in order to get the first house upgrade, we need this table. This wasn't actually guaranteed to be the first thing we can get, the coffee table. It is the best thing to get, though. Because in order to actually get the house upgrade, we needed that table. Ooh, storm here. That's kind of unfortunate. Can't go outside during a snowstorm. Gonna go back to sleep. 2 days of snowstorm back to back. That's kind of bad. It does give the orange sprites more work, so it's not necessarily the end of the world or anything, but kind of annoying. Does mean my coffee table. So the next upgrade we're going to do is the first house upgrade. For the second house upgrade, which is the one we need in order to actually get the big bed, we need the kitchen. Don't know if GOTS is open on Saturday. I'll check that before I actually continue. Otherwise we're going to wait and then turns out GOTS isn't open and that's going to be kind of a waste. We're done with the supermarket now, at least I think. Let me sell those breads. We don't need those anymore. Yeah, I thought they were close to... Okay. So that's not the day we're going for then. Okay, we got a sunny day. So today is the day we're going to do the heart event then. Is Sabaria open? Yes. Cool. Perfect. I'm fairly confident in that GOTS is as well. This is a good day so far. So by this point, they've pretty much cleared out everything. We're going to switch back to the fishing team soon. First, we're going to trigger a few more sprites, though. This is really where our number starts to skyrocket. We need to get to 60 of these, so... still a lot of work left. There's another piece of stone. Doesn't trigger another sprite. A piece of lumber, that should. I feel like I'm short a few sprites still. Oh well, we'll get to that. Probably not too relevant right now. We'll get them eventually. I gotta get that fishing rod to 400%, because then we can actually trigger the fishing rod upgrade this day as well. We can do house upgrade, we can do fishing rod upgrade, we can hire the fishing team again so that we're back on track for that. That should put us in a decently good shape here. Trying to think what other sprites I still need to try and collect soon as well. Oh, I still have a few things to sell. I didn't even notice they were still in my inventory. Okay, 3%, 2, 1, and that's that. Okay, perfect. At exactly 11:02. Sabaria the blacksmith. We're gonna ask for a fishing rod upgrade. The mithril. That's the woodcutter. We're gonna ask for a house upgrade. But now comes probably the other big one that we need to upgrade, and this one takes a while to do. The downside of this one is that our stamina is going to increase, or going to decrease by 4 every time we use it. But once it's at 0, our fatigue is still only going to increase by 2. So we're just going to focus on fatigue. The idea is I want to use a turbo jolt every time we hit 48 on fatigue. That way we just barely manage to skip any fatigueness cutscenes and whatnot. Right here. Back to 0 and back at it. We're going to do this till about 10 minutes to 4. And at that point, we're going to warp to get the fishing team set up. Because we do want the fishing team back at it ASAP so that we can get the more fishing sprites. And once that's done, we're going to go trigger the yellow heart event. That should just about get things done for us. Once we have the house upgrade, it's just a matter of time, because then we just have to wait for the kitchen. Once we have the kitchen, we can do the last house upgrade, and then we should be able to get the big bed, and that at least covers that requirement. I guess for those that have missed the start of this run, the requirements for the marriage are having the red heart, which we're well on our way. We're already on yellow. So we need like 60,000 affection with Celia. We're already on 40,000. We need 60 sprites in order to unlock the Harvest Goddess, which we're kind of well on our way to. We still have a lot more to do, but we're getting there. We're not on 40 yet though, but I think we're like at 39 or something. We need to have seen all the heart events, which is kind of our next thing. Is it 4? Is it really 4? Well, maybe I need to talk to Muffy first. That might be it. Or it might be 5 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. My notes say 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., not Wednesday. Might be because I haven't talked to Muffy yet, who apparently has a pink heart already. Muffy! And that was the first time I talked to you. How? Okay, yeah, it was 5 p.m., not 4 p.m. No, that's not true. This is Muffy's heart event. Crap, this is Muffy's heart event. The wrong one. Muffy, I'm not trying to do the marriage percent with you. So this is Muffy's Black Heart event. which just happened to be the same location at the same time. I guess we were going to trigger that regardless, though, because like I said, it's the same location, same time. Yeah, Muffy makes us a drink. We don't like it at all. The fact that she's on Purple Heart already, though, kind of worries me. Why is Celia's heart event not triggering? Fairly sure that it was supposed to be this time. I'll try again at 6. See if anything changes. Okay, I am kind of confused as to why it's not triggering. We're on Yellow Heart. We're at the right location, on the right day, at the right time. I am very confused right now. Yeah, I know how you feel. Like, it's so weird. I've met all the requirements, at least to the best of my knowledge I have. Nope. Wrong tool. That. Okay. Luckily I can do this with one hand so I can look it up. Because apparently there's probably more people that have run into this issue, so I can actually look it up. Oh, wait, I think I already know why. Yeah, no, I already know why. I have not actually talked to Griffin. That's the one I need to talk to trigger this event. That's probably it. Right now, no. Though I can see, like, mainly because there's no runners for them, but I can see that being accepted in future editions. Okay. Hold on. So we're gonna put on some music from Save the Homeland. I don't know if we have Save the Homeland this event. I'm not entirely sure right now. I think we do, but... I'll trigger it again in a moment. Where's Celia? There. Because I've just realized I forgot to give her a flower today. That's important. Which immediately allows me to just go here and hire more fishing sprites as well, so it kind of works out. Speaking of, since we're actually using fishing sprites right now... Oh no, it's still being upgraded. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if somebody were to submit Rune Factory, because I do believe there are channels for Rune Factory in the Harvest Moon Discord. So I imagine if somebody were to submit a Rune Factory run, it would probably at least have a decent chance of getting in. But there's just not a lot of runners for Rune Factory, sadly. Okay, so here we just need to wait till 4, and hopefully the fact that I've now talked to Griffin might have done it. We'll see if that's gonna cut it or not. We'll know in a few minutes. So the reason we're milking air here is because we're setting up for the milker glitch. And the milker glitch saves a significant chunk of time. But it takes some time to set it up, unfortunately. Like, it takes like 13 minutes to set up, but we get like 4 or 5 free sprites afterwards as a result. So at the end of the day, it's one of the most time efficient glitches in that sense. Okay, yeah, so it was indeed Griffin that I needed to talk to. That explains a lot. So that's what I forgot to do. That's why it wasn't triggering. So, last hard event for Celia. This time we're at the bar where Griffin's gonna greet us and just give us a free drink. And then Celia's gonna come in. She was on her way to deliver some vegetables to Griffin. And he's just gonna take them out back. And that gives Celia and me kind of a chance to chat. And, you know. Then we get the prompt as to what we want to talk about. Now we can either choose to talk about farm life, or we can talk about the other girls of the town. I think it's obvious this time around what the correct one is. So we're going to tell her about the farm. About all the tools that we use. And she's going to be all impressed. You can already see that the heart has changed color, by the way. We are now officially on orange heart, which means we can buy the blue feather. Yeah, it's 3 different runs of Harvest Moon 64. Three different categories, so kind of fun actually. So yeah, then Griffin walks back in, and he's wondering how he's noticing that we're acting a bit goofy. He figures something good's happened, but outside of that, he's just not gonna ask any questions. Yeah, there's a few games that we have multiple categories of this event. The 50-hour marathon with just the Harvest Moon series, that's gonna fill up pretty quickly, you know? Okay, so unfortunately it's a Wednesday, so I can't trigger another building today. So we're just gonna deliver the flower and move on to the next one. We're already on over 50,000 affection. That's really solid for this point in the run. Okay, and it's a sunny day this Thursday. That's also good. Let's check channel 2. See what part we get. Please be kitchen. Kitchen? Refrigerator. Refrigerator isn't bad. Not at all. It's just not the one that I was hoping for. Okay, we got the fishing rod back though. So that's nice. That means I can just do this, and that'll trigger another sprite. That might very well be sprite 40. There is a cutscene once you've triggered 40 sprites. And that is indeed the case. So we have now collected 40 harvest sprites. Only 20 more for the harvest goddess part. I'd say things are moving along quite nicely. So the affection part, we're gonna hit that point pretty quickly. The main, like the biggest time loss thing that, or time consuming thing that's left is just those other 20 sprites. Honestly, once we have those 20 sprites, we are good to go. Now, if you'll notice on the bottom screen right now, I just opened that real quick, we have the milker bar. Essentially, and I'm gonna just quickly trigger this thing, because good song. I like this song. So what happens here is that milker needs to go all the way to the max, and then once it hits the maximum amount, it'll level up. And the reason the leveling matters so much to us is every time it leveled up, you'll get more milk per time you do any milking on a cow. So at level 0, you get one bottle of milk. At level 1, you get 2 bottles, and so on and so forth. Now, there is a US version exclusive glitch here, which is actually why the main reason why PAL is just not runnable. In the US version of this glitch, what happens there is you hit the maximum amount, and normally what's supposed to happen is it would reset the bar and you'd have to fill it all up again before you can level it again. So not really worth it in a run, because it takes 13 minutes to gain 1 level. But, once you get it to full, in the US version, it doesn't actually trigger it emptying again. So every time I milk from that point onward, I level it again, and I can get it all the way to level 99 in a matter of minutes. And at level 99, we're going to get 100 bottles of milk per time we milk a cow. That's going to make this really, really fast. Ghost Star? Yeah, I can see that. Oh, we can actually buy the other house upgrade now. That's perfect. That is perfect. We're gonna go back to TV shopping. Get the refrigerator. That'll do for now. He's gonna do the last upgrade now. That's gonna get that out of the way. And from there on, we actually have a chance of getting the big bed, which is one of the requirements for the marriage percent. I should have also bought the blue feather while I was there. I could have, because it is now for sale. I just forgot about it. That's fine, though. We'll do that on one of the upcoming days. Still plenty of time. My refrigerator has now arrived, so that's kind of neat. Gonna go back to Celia. We're gonna give her another flower. We're almost out of flowers, actually. That's our last Moondrop flower. We have more of a different kind. We still have 37 toy flowers and a bunch of Pink Cat, I think they're called. So we still have other flowers. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna get that to Red Heart, no problem. See, today's the 23rd, right? Yeah, so I can't actually wait another day so that I can also buy the blue feather. We're gonna have to trigger GOTS today. So just like before, we're going to continue upgrading our milker. We just need to hit that level up, you know? How it is. We're getting decently close as well, so we should be okay. We still have a few more tools to upgrade as well. The axe is kind of an important one, because by upgrading the axe, we can also trigger another sprite. I think we should be okay, honestly. Wait, was the house finished? It is, right? Channel 2 anything? Nah, Channel 2 doesn't have anything right now. I was kind of hoping that Channel 2 might have had their next item on sale already. I didn't think that was the case, but... How far are we? Okay, we're not anywhere near a level up, so we're just going to do that on a different day then. Okay, so now that that's done, we're going to actually start working towards the cow stuff that we need. Because we do need cows later on. First things first, though, we're going to start off with a silo. The silo isn't technically a required item to have, but having the silo... This is a festival, right? Yes. Having the silo will allow me to not have to worry about feeding the animals. I can just hire the red team and they'll feed the animals for me. Oh, I'm not on the teleporting gem. Right. Okay, teleporting back. Gonna talk to her again. Give her another flower. And we're just gonna head out. So Thomas is now gonna run in, and he's gonna see if there's a stocking hanging on the wall. He would give us a present if there was, but there isn't any. So he's just gonna leave again. This would have actually been a great day to upgrade tools. Hoping that we get another sunny day after this. Because today is just... Gots is not... He's still working, so... Kind of pointless to do anything. Ah! Of course it's a snowstorm. 27th? Actually, the snowstorm might not necessarily be bad. Now that I think about it, that might have actually been a blessing in disguise. It's gonna have put a bunch of rocks and sticks and whatnot across the map. Hopefully. I'll do a quick check here. Yeah, it'll have pushed a bunch of those. There are still some orange sprites that haven't triggered yet. So that storm might allow me to actually trigger it. So that might have been good. That might have actually been a lot better than I thought it was. Okay, I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna check with the fishing rod if we actually have enough fish to get another one now. Come on. There we go, that's another one. Sprite number 41. Wait, there's a Rune Factory coming out in 10 days? For what console? I'm gonna just double check just to see if there might be one more. I doubt it, but... Okay, never mind then. For the Switch? Cool! I might actually get that then. I had no idea. Yeah, I might actually get that. I mean, I probably won't be able to do so within 10 days because I don't have the money for it right now, but... I had no idea Rune Factory was coming to the Switch. I've not played Rune Factory 4. I've played 1, 2, and 3, but... I'm gonna actually tell them that I'm not gonna need their help the day after. So I can trigger the orange team again. Okay, so orange team. About 200 pieces. I can work with that. Oh, actually, let's do a body or turbo jolt first. Then we'll teleport. We have yet to level, so... Oh, wait, I need another half an hour. Okay, whatever. That's fine. I'll just do this for half an hour. That shouldn't get me to the point... Yeah, that should do it. That's the woodcutter. Close an animal shed. Stone is fine. Buy the materials. That's going to be 100k. That's okay. And, so that I didn't forget this time at least, a blue feather. Oh, that's kind of cool. I haven't been keeping track of it much. For those here that don't know me, I'm usually not much of a Harvest Moon runner, actually. I haven't actively run Harvest Moon in a while. I'm mainly a Pokemon speedrunner. But I've done some Harvest Moon in the past, and I still somehow have the second best time on this game, so... Like, whenever this marathon comes around, I just decide to pick it up for a little... For, like, just do another run, you know? Have some fun with it. That said, you know, if you like speedrunning, like I said, I don't run Harvest Moon much, so for Harvest Moon speedrunning, I'm not your guy, but a lot more better runners for that in this event. But if you like Pokemon speedruns, you know, it doesn't hurt to hop over to my channel and drop that follow. Okay, that's enough sellout now. Let's move on and play some more Harvest Moon. Let's see if if Channel 2 is ready to actually sell me stuff. Yes, perfect. What is it? It's the big bet. Okay, that's worth waiting for, honestly. We're gonna put that on. And we're gonna milk the air a little bit more so that we can get ourselves that big bed. So the big bed is... So we now have the blue feather, which is one requirement. We have... we'll have the big bed in like 2 days, which is the second requirement. That's not enough yet. We still need to get to 60,000 affection, but we're already on like 50,000. We still need 60 sprites. We only have like 41 or 42 right now, so that's probably the one we're furthest away. So, you know, it's getting there. It's getting there. At least we have that all-important blue feather. It's not worth continuing right now. We're getting close, but we're not quite there yet. Yes, I want to buy the big bed. Let's go. So now come a few days where I don't really have to do anything. The festival today anyway. We're just gonna sleep tonight. Yo, Franken. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so, we're 1 year in. We got ourselves the big bed. We are in pretty good shape. We are gonna wait the day, I think. Especially if Guts is done. He is not. Okay, then we're gonna... I can't do that the day after this, though. It's unfortunate. Well, I guess we'll keep the orange team on for 1 day longer then. Well, Pink Pajamas, that pretty much sums up any percent. This is not an any percent run, but that pretty much sums up any percent. Okay, since Gots is closed, it's going to be completely useless. So we'll have to wait another day. And then the day after this, we'll probably do the Milker upgrade. Actually get the Milker glitch. We'll trigger the second barn from showing up. I need 3. So we're actually getting kind of close to that. We'll also trigger the fishing team again. Yeah. That should do. Okay, luckily it's a sunny day. So we are actually quite good here. I tell them that I don't need them the day after. Don't need help tomorrow. So they're gonna finish today and then return the extra medals. And I can trigger the watering team, or the fishing team again afterwards. Not for too much longer. I'm probably going to switch to the red team soon. But right now we don't have a single red sprite, so that's not really an option. Okay, so this is it's very important that I now keep an eye on that Milker. We should be able to trigger Milker glitch here. But once that gray bar next to the Milker icon on the bottom screen fills up, you'll start to see what I mean with the Milker glitch. We're only pixels away at this point, so we should be able to trigger it pretty quickly. Two more lines of pixels. I have to use a turbo jolt before I can actually get to that. I'm gonna use both of them actually. Normally I wouldn't, but this time that's gonna be worth it. Okay, so we're almost done with level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and so on and so forth. And this is why Milker glitch is so broken. They patched this by the time the PAL release came out, but this is how we save so much time. Because I'm just going to get an increasingly high amount of milk per cow per day. Mind you, the level +1 is the amount of milk per cow per day. Okay, so like I said, we're going to trigger the fishing team again. So we need to get to that 1,000 fish. Don't know if I can immediately trigger the next one. No, we can't. I figured the orange team is still at work. We're gonna go call Gots and get ourselves the second animal shed. And now I just need to get this thing to level 99. That may take a little bit of effort here, but it'll be well worth it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do one more body geyser and turbo jolt once I start to run low. Maybe not. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's 25 more levels that I can get from here. That's not high enough. Probably, actually I can just use a body geyser when we hit level 80. Or a turbo jolt, I mean. That should get us to level 99 before I run out of stamina. And just as a casual reminder, that is 100 milk per cow per day. The hardest milking sprite that we would have to get would only require 1,000 milk. So that's just milking 10 times. Okay, so we're done with that glitch now. That's going to be quite nice. Still have a few more tools to upgrade, but we are in really good shape here. Time for us to get ourselves the second animal shed. Yes, it's fine if you remove the obstacles. And honestly, most of what we're going to do from here on is just talk to our girl a bit more. How many sprites do we have? 41. Yeah, I do need to trigger a few more sprites still. We probably are going to start working on the watering sprites soon. There's a few easy watering sprites. There's like close to 10 sprites right now that are tied to the cows. And like the milk of the cows. Yay, birthday present! So that just gave me, instead of the normal 300 love points, that just gave me 1,500 love points. Nice little boost. I actually forgot it was her birthday. It was just like, okay, it's the 6th. Moving on. Just waiting for a non-rainy day so that we can actually start working on the fishing sprites. Or watering sprites, I mean. I could quickly go and check whether we're good for another lumber and stone sprite, though. Those I might be able to trigger some right now. We still have 2 free sprites, by the way. The counter says 41. Realistically, we're actually on more. We just can't actually see it, but that's because there's some mithril tools that I haven't used yet. The moment that I use them, a sprite will trigger, so that's 42. $43. Yeah, with most of the setup out of the way, you can see how quickly this can go now. Okay, so that should be it, I think. Now I just need to wait for a sunny day that isn't Wednesday or Saturday. Like this. This'll do. Or a holiday, now that I think about it, which the 8th is not, I think. This is the day we're gonna trigger probably two sprites today, at the very minimum. Hopefully 3. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here. We're going to, well, we're gonna first and foremost collect a few more flowers. I don't really need this many extra flowers, but every flower that I don't pick up right now is going to get destroyed in just a moment, so I'm just going to pick them up. We want to make Celia happy. She likes flowers, so since she likes flowers, we're just going to do it like that. I'm going to stand in this position. Whoosh. And there's that. There's the first one. This is what I meant with I had some free sprites left. And so we rescue Forest. This was the first one I managed to rescue casually from all the leaders, I think. This is one of the leaders you can get really early on. So this is also where the big downside comes in, that we haven't actually upgraded the hoe yet. So this is actually an RNG part that can actually be manipulated. I just haven't learned how to manipulate it yet. There are randomly on the map, that isn't my farm, they're not on my farm, there are 3 sprites, 3 water sprites, that can be triggered by watering that specific tile. It can be pretty much any tile on the map. In my experience, up here is usually one of them. That's also why I decided to start here. It can be pretty much anywhere. It's really annoying to find. My route kind of assumes I find at least 2 of them. Nowadays, we found a way to manipulate it. Like I said, I just can't do that. I think the world record does. Like, world record for any percent does manipulate them. Which would actually speed this up significantly. But for this run, we're just gonna do it like this. Just gonna do that the old-fashioned way. Now, because of how often we use the hoe in this part, we actually will get to the point where we can upgrade it pretty soon. So this is actually, like, it's going to speed up as we go. Because really the only thing I have to pay additional attention to is that I go and drop by Gotz's thing before, like, 5 or something. We're just going to do this half of the field. And then once we're done with this half of the field, we're just going to go back to the farm, talk to Gotz the woodcutter, build the next thing, and then we just move on. This. And now I can water some more tiles. Let's see if we find any. See if we luck out today and get them quickly. Nope. Not there. Not this time. No. You want the fishing team one more time. So, fishing team... Over there. 7 days. And an animal shed. Made of stone. So the next few days we're actually going to continue working on those water sprites. Because additionally to the water sprites, I also need to water... that's a really bad rain day. Additionally to the water sprites, I also need to water 1,000 squares over the course of the run. There are other backups if I don't want to go for it, but usually the backups are slow because oftentimes I can water some of the squares again the next day. And that pretty much gets me to those 1,000 pretty easily. Like, it's pretty common to just hit 1,000 as you are working on the other one. And we have plenty of time anyway. I mean, we have 1 hour and 50 minutes left. That should be more than enough. No, there's... so there's 60 sprites that are hidden across the game. And one of the requirements for marriage percent is to rescue the Harvest Goddess, which you do by rescuing 60 of those hidden sprites. Now, for the water sprites specifically, there are three of them, I should say, are hidden on random tiles on the map. We don't know which tiles they are. It is manipulable, but I don't know the manipulation. So the best way to find them is just go around the map and try every tile. There's 3 of them. My route doesn't assume I get all 3 of them, because on the way you usually get the sprite for 1,000 watered squares anyway, which kind of makes up for the 3rd one. Couldn't find my hammer for a second there. Yeah, rescuing the Harvest Goddess in Harvest Moon DS is pretty much a requirement for pretty much every category. There are a few categories that don't require you to do so. Actually, there's only one right now, I think, which is all channel sprites, which is a meme category. So yeah, we're just gonna pretty much dig up this entire field. This is the most time-consuming part of it. Like, clearing it is really quick because we have the mithril sickle. Watering it is really quick because we have the mithril watering can, but since we don't have the mithril hoe, this takes a while. I hear ya. I can definitely see how that goes. Yeah, so the plan is basically also to just return to this field again the day after. And even if I don't find any water sprites here, We can still water the fields again just to make it easier for me to collect water sprites later on. We're already a good chunk into this field, so... Let's do that, and then the last few squares. Okay. Go. That is really unfortunate. Literally that entire field didn't have a single one. Usually this field has one, but I've even found two on that field before, but... Nah, I'm sorry, Trailina. Gotta disappoint you on that one. This used to be, like, for the first few events, I think first two, maybe it was just the first one. It was actually called the Harvest Moon Valentine's Marathon. That's also why it's, why we still do it around Valentine's Day. Because so many of the Harvest Moon runs are marriage percent. Kind of fun. Okay, so we're gonna go back here, water some fields. A lot of this can just very quickly be watered still. And that, like, only the squares that are actually dug up count. But since the majority of them still are, it just adds up quickly enough that it's worth it. Like, a lot of them are, like, at least 10 of the 14 fields. Okay. 2. I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna do these fields. Pretty much, yes. Right now we're doing marriage percent with Celia, which means my goal is just to marry Celia as fast as possible. That's the run. Which actually requires quite a few other things. It's easier said than done, but that is basically what these runs often boil down to. That's not to say that's the case for all Harvest Moon runs that we do. For this game, the main category isn't marriage percent, just as one example, but so just like that, there are plenty of other examples. I think Save the Homeland is probably the best one, where the ultimate goal of the run, at least of most categories, is to save the homeland. After this field, I gotta check how far into upgrading this thing to Mithril we are, because we should be getting reasonably close. Yeah, this field won't be enough, but we definitely can get it to Mithril soon. Unfortunately, there's no sprite tied to that. Sad. Still didn't get any. How much we're doing? I'm gonna... Oh. Okay, whatever. That's kind of an unfortunate rainy day, because I can't actually progress much on this day. Cat, get over here. We are going to fish. See if we can get another fishing sprite. Nice. Let's go. That's another one. back to bed. That one. I actually need to check something real quick. I want to see if how many fishing sprites I can still get, because I think we already have quite a lot of them actually. Okay, yeah, Rod was 1,000 fish. I'm gonna aim for GG at least. Just 10,000 or 5,000 fish. But at the pace that we're going with the fishing, we're actually on really solid pace to get a lot more than what I would normally get. I have to say, like, it feels like the fishing sprite that we just got was already a relatively late one. Because we have to do more buildings here, it's more easy in marriage percent to just go for more fishing sprites, because you just have more time. Still no luck on that field either. I'm gonna do another field. If I can. At least rule these out. I hope that this will allow me to get to Mithril. It might. There's actually a decent chance. That would mean that we're done with checking these fields for a few days, but we'll be able to do it much faster after that. Because with Mithril, you can use the hoe up to 6 squares at once, like a line of 6. Yeah, perfect. We can upgrade that. It's just like checking 6 squares is so much faster than just checking or doing the 1 square at a time that we're doing now. We're getting pretty unlucky with these sprites though. I'm surprised I still haven't found a single one. Like I said, unfortunately, no no sprites attached to it this time. This is true, Jim. This is very true. Unfortunately for this run, that is not going to help us. We're just gonna keep digging up more squares. We're not a very smart farmer. I mean, we've only produced, like, we've been doing this for like a year and we've produced like what, 7 crops? And I don't mean 7 different crops. I mean like actual just 7. I think it's 2 cabbages, 3 bell peppers, and like a couple of pineapples, something like that. But this isn't gonna work very well anymore. These squares are just too far gone now to really be worth much. Is the fishing team not at work anymore? Maybe I'll have to put them back to work soon. We'll do that once we have the... no, actually I kind of want to get started with that ASAP. If we want to have any chance of still getting GG and saving us a sprite elsewhere, we're going to have to get started with that as soon as we can. We fished up garbage. I'm just gonna go here. I'm gonna have to wait for a little bit because I do want to rehire the fishing team. We'll just rehire for 2 weeks. Didn't realize we were already out. Wait, so they were still helping us? Is today a... Oh, today is a festival. Okay, that still wasn't entirely a loss in time because we still got an extra week out of it, but I didn't realize it was a festival day. That explains a lot. Okay, we actually made it to Red Heart, so that requirement is now done. So it's literally just we need the Harvest Goddess. And as soon as we have the Harvest Goddess, we can ask Celia to marry us. Now, we still have quite a lot that needs doing to get the Harvest Goddess, but we are in good shape right now. I mainly just need the hoe back. Okay, I'm not gonna go to Celia now anymore on days that I don't... or that it's raining, so that there's not really anything else I can do. There's just not much of a point anymore. We're in a position where I... Because we're already on Red Heart. Like, that's not gonna really change. I think every day we ignore her, there's a 50% chance of her friendship dropping by 1 point or something. I don't think love points are affected by that directly. Wait. Today's a festival? Okay, that actually is fine. That doesn't matter for me. I'm not planning on building more buildings. I just need to find the hidden water sprites at this point. That's the main thing. And now that our hoe is upgraded, we can look for them a lot faster. So we'll just start clearing the field, getting ready for it. Actually, let's put on some music, shall we? Okay, so this is gonna go a lot quicker than before. It's still not gonna be super fast. Unfortunately, the hoe doesn't really get good until you get to, like, Blessed. But this is a big improvement. I don't think so. I don't think so. But then I didn't do any schedule, or didn't do much scheduling this time. This Desert Penguin made the schedule. I just imported it to Horaro is all. And fixed some mistakes. So I didn't really look much at which runs are when and whatnot. Almost got the entire field dug up. And this is a big field too. So getting this one out of the way would actually be kind of nice. Okay, here we go. A lot of squares. Where are these hidden water sprites? Jeez. Normally I don't have this much trouble finding them. I'm out of water. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Gonna water the last few squares and then move on. I am genuinely surprised though that I'm having this much trouble finding the hidden water sprites. I feel like normally I don't struggle with them this much. Yeah, you can say that again, Pixel. Like, none in this entire... Okay, so that's 2 complete areas cleared and still no sign of any of them. I'm genuinely a little bit worried about that, actually. Just because I know how much we still need to do. We still need 14, well, it's only 14 sprites, I guess it's not as bad. Still, they are being a little bit of a pain here. Okay, well, let's do this field then. Only gonna do a small field right now. Not like that really matters too much. So this is, especially once you've upgraded the hoe, this is a really quick one to check. It's just strike up like that a few times. I'm gonna have to buy the cows soon. Kind of a thing. We're gonna have to buy that pretty soon. Nope, not on this field either. This is why I find it interesting that we still haven't found them, because we've checked a lot of relatively sizable fields. We've covered a decent amount of ground, honestly. There is still a lot left as well. But it's also not, like, it's not entirely impossible, but... Well, I'm not, at this point, I'm not worried about us getting the 1,000 watered squares sprite. That should be a pretty easy one at this point. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go to this field. This is the biggest field in the game. Not by a small margin either. We're not gonna do this all at once, obviously. Like, this one needs to be done in parts. I'm gonna make use of the opportunity to use the axe a few times, because upgrading the axe also still has a sprite attached to it. Which is one of the last, if not the last, orange sprite that we can get in this run. There's also one for a blessed, but we are never gonna get enough, or far enough into the mines to be able to get the blessed items. They're not worth it for this category. The only category where you get the blessed items, which are really, really good tools, by the way. But the only run where you can actually, where it's actually viable to get them is in 101 sprites, because you have to. And it's unfortunate, because they're really good tools, and they're really useful, oftentimes. I will say, if we find one in this part, I am not gonna do the rest until I've checked more squares. Because this is really not a part of the map that I want to be checking. Okay, that is something. That might be the 1,000 squares, honestly. What's the name? Chorori. Let me double check that. I'm not sure about Chorori. No, that's 1,000 squares. That is honestly sad that I found the 1,000 square sprite before I found any of the other ones. Safe to say that them being little goofballs right now is pretty accurate. That one... Should have stepped one tile to the left. Would have been able to cover more ground that way. Don't think it's gonna matter in the end, though. Come on, let's get those hidden water sprites finally, shall we? It really doesn't have to be that difficult. Actually, I want to do that, that. Those. Gives me a much easier cutoff point, just like the last area we did. Those cutoff points are kind of important to me. That way I can more easily keep track of which parts I've been through and which parts I still need to do. Okay, well, here goes nothing. Please have one of them at least show up. Starting to get kind of desperate. There we go. We finally found one. Sheesh. There's Owen. That is one of the hidden water sprites. I still need one more, but at least it's a start. Okay, one more square here, and then I'm just gonna head back to bed. Okay. I'm debating on just moving on soon. I've been spending a lot of time getting these water sprites. I got 2 at least. Not enough. Not by a long shot, but... I might do 1 more day and then use that day to buy cows. So many sprites do I need at this point? 12? 12. In that case, I am gonna do a little bit of fishing. Honestly, like, if I can get another extra fishing sprite, I might be able to make up for it. Yeah, I didn't think they would have enough for GG yet. It was worth a try. Okay, what field do I want to do? I know which one I want to do. I'll do the one right of this field right here. Pretty big one, but it's nice and square. Which makes actually going about clearing this and then, you know, setting everything up for it and whatnot a bit easier. And it has the added bonus of being a nice 6 square wide. That might not seem very significant, but 6 squares is exactly the length of 1 fully charged hoe. And it's 2 times the width of how many squares I water. So, like, multiples of 5 and multiples of 3 are always really useful. We can get the second hidden water sprite in this part, which I don't know that we will, but if we do happen to get it here, then we're in good shape again. Fortunately, that's not the case. I kind of want to buy the cows. Actually move on to that part. Yeah, we're going to. Hey, let's buy a bunch of cows, shall we? We need 10. That's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. I can have up to 12 right now. But I only need 10. More than 10 isn't going to give me any benefits that are worth it. So first we get this trigger. This is the tutorial for the touchscreen glove. We don't care. Wait. was about to say, a sprite was supposed to trigger. I got confused by that. I'll admit, I got very confused there for a moment. I was like, wait, wasn't a sprite supposed to trigger? Because 10 cows is the red leader sprite. Now we're gonna... Oh boy. Now we're gonna be spending some time of actually getting all of them in a barn, which is surprisingly difficult sometimes. This looks like it's 2 of them, so I'm gonna just push those to the last barn as well. To confirm, this is 3, right? Yes. Okay, so we have 1 more spot in that one. I'm gonna put 4 in each for now. Okay, actually, just 3 will do. Okay, that's 2 of them in there. Onto the... Okay, that's 3 in that one. Okay, that should be 4 cows, if I saw correctly. I think so. Okay, that means I have 1 cow left, and I'll just put that in the leftmost one. And I think we're good. Okay, yeah, that looks like 4. Touchscreen glove. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So this is something you'll hear a lot. So this starting now, I'm going to be using the touchscreen glove. There's actually a lot of sprites attached to these things. Oh, that didn't count. And the idea is every day I'm going to go past all of the cows. We're going to talk to them. We're going to brush them. We're going to pet them. And by doing so for 10 days, I should be able to get about 6 more sprites. Oh, wait. I forgot something. There. Yeah. Those 6 sprites are going to be... well worth all of the effort. It is a bit of effort that we need to put in, sadly, but... I think I only have 3 in here. But it seems like. I didn't miss a cow down here, did I? Doesn't look like it. Where is my 10th cow? I feel like one of my cows has gone missing already. I've only just started. Game, what are you doing to me? Oh, wait, yeah, 433. Good point. Good morning, mate. Yeah, clearly I'm just really bad at counting. And I don't know that 4 plus 3 plus 3 equals 10. I don't know why I didn't see that right away. Normally, like, okay, actually, I kind of know why that happened. Normally, I do 4-2-2. Or 4-4, sorry, 4-4-2. And I didn't do that this time. I went for 4-3-3 instead. So they're just in a different pattern than I'm used to. The next sunny day, I'm probably going to do one more field, look for another water sprite, and then hire the red team. I kind of need them. The red team is for feeding. Like, normally they do milking and feeding, but I'm mainly just going to use them for feeding, because the milking I'll do myself. I mean, we can get 100 milk per cow per day, so... But none of these, like, when you buy the cows the way that we did, they're not actually adult cows yet. So they don't yet give any milk. They will soon, they're only a few days away, but... But I do need a sunny day for that, though. Also, all of this touchscreen glove stuff, that's only for 10 days. We're already on day 3 right now. Just putting that out there. We don't actually have to do this much. But doing this for 10 days gives us 2 sprites. And then the same goes for the brushing. Brushing with touchscreen glow for 10 days gives us 2 sprites as well. And then after 10 days, we're not actually done, because we do still need to get the last one for talking to animals or petting them. Which is why we've been pretty much picking up our pets every day since the start of the run. That's built up over 200 already. It's 350 times that you need to do it in total. So we're already over halfway there. Also, the quality of the petting doesn't matter at all. Same with the brushing. The quality doesn't matter. We can just brush and leave it at that. Okay, we're almost done with day 3. Just 7 more to go after this. We still have an hour left, so we should be good, honestly. Like, time-wise, I think we're good. We did lose quite a lot on that hidden water sprite. Especially considering we still don't have it, but... Oh, also... Wait, what tool do I have on? Oh, right, we're on touchscreen glove. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna ignore Celia for like a week and a half then. Poor Celia, but she's just gonna have to deal with it. I need to take care of these cows. She's a farm girl, she'll understand. Well, actually, since we now have a sunny day, I'm going to actually pay her a visit. Honestly, the most annoying part about the brushing and petting like this is the fact that it actually counts down from 3. We can't just immediately begin. Otherwise, it'd be even faster. Honestly, like, the counting down takes longer than the actual brushing or petting. Oh, wait. I thought it was petting, not brushing. Go. Evan seems well today. Talk to the cow, and there we go. Okay, just gotta give them some food. And we're done here for the day. I'm gonna pay a quick visit to Celia. Because we've kind of been ignoring her. And, you know, girls don't like that, apparently. I'm also gonna I'm gonna do a little bit of inventory management here. Make my life a little bit easier. Sell those. Do a quick fish. Hopefully unlock Gigi. Nope. Okay, so we got one there. No, we did. We only got one there. Okay, so we're gonna go do this field, I think. Pretty big field. I really wasn't planning on going here initially, but... Oh, the game wants me to. I know, right? You wouldn't think so, but apparently that's a thing. So, we're gonna not ignore her for too long. We had a day where we could easily get to her at least, so might as well make use of it. From this up, yeah, from this end is probably fastest right now. Go here. Do one here. Okay, that's at least the entire field cleared now. Now, I will say, as soon as we find the water sprite, we're done with this. Like, I'm not going to continue looking for it after we find it. So I might actually alternate between using the hoe to dig up more fields and using the watering can to check if we may have already dug up the right spot. Especially because this field is honestly kind of a nightmare. There's so many squares in this field that just cross over, and like the trees in the middle are really not helping either. Just gonna finish up plowing this one, and we're gonna water it all, and hopefully we'll actually be able to get it. Okay. Drink one more of these. Let's see if we actually finally have one of those squares. Not in that part. Not in that part. Game, throw me a bone here, please. Actually need to warp here, because we were gonna hire the red team. That was a thing I was gonna do. It's part of the reason why I decided to go for it this time. We're gonna cancel the fishing team for now, just so I can focus on the cows for a little bit longer. Oh, yeah, maybe, no, maybe do that real quick. Hey, we found one! Would you look at that? Okay, we're actually done with the watering sprites now. That took way too long. Yeah, on the next to the category, like underneath it, marriage Celia, you'll see 5:20. That's the estimate. So the estimated finish time is around the 5-hour 20. So we're getting decently close, but there is definitely still some stuff that needs doing. Okay, so from here on, I don't really care about the rain. Oh, I wanted to pick up the dog. I still didn't buy the cabinet. Not that I really need it, but... Okay, what is this? Day 5? Or day 4? We'll know at the end of the day. At the end of day 5, we're going to trigger 2 sprites. Ah, that's unfortunate, Roald. That's fair, though. All good. I'm actually gonna beat this. I'll finish this one so the red sprite doesn't actually have to go in here. Usually when he starts out, he's pretty bad. Especially since we only have one red sprite right now. I'll do 2 of the barns myself. He can do the 3rd one. The problem right now is if the red sprite doesn't feed, on days that the cows haven't been fed, they actually don't grow, I think. Okay, so yeah, this was indeed the 5th day. So that triggers another sprite. And another sprite. This is pretty much why these sprites are relevant, or why these cows were relevant. Now you're starting to see why I've been doing this. How many more do we need? 8, only 8 more. So there's 2 from that, there's 4 from that. So then I need 2 more sprites that are not tied to the cows. Which is 350 and the axe. Yeah, we're actually on good pace then. So we need the sprites. Okay, that means we're actually really close to, like, this is gonna go a good amount underestimate then. That's fine. I've got some extra things that I considered I could show off if I go underestimate by a lot. We still have plenty of stuff to do, like, we're still not done by any means. Not like we're gonna go hours under or anything. Because that's gonna be a thing as well. Throughout this entire marathon, a lot of runners have mentioned that something new has been discovered in the past few weeks. Nothing like a speedrunning marathon to get a community going, right? So several new things have been found. So several runners are expected to go under by a lot. So I'm trying to keep the schedule just ever so slightly behind, or at least on schedule. But since this category had never been done before, it was kind of interesting to see how long it was going to be. And most marriage percents on this game are around, like, an hour, or 5 hours, 10. So I figured 5:20 might be a good way to go at it. Because like I said, once we finish this run, it is guaranteed world record, because nobody's finished this category before. So, believe it or not, we're gonna get a world record today. Or at least that's the plan. Record by default, but that still counts, right? Right, Kai is gonna invite us to his festival. We don't care about it, though. I really need those cows to mature so that I can actually trigger, like, the next 4 red sprites. Like, I wouldn't be so worried about the red sprite being able to feed every animal if it wasn't for the fact that we only have 1 right now. It's 1 sprite that has to do all of them. And that, basically the sprites, if they don't have any experience, they work really slowly. And once they have a ton of experience, they become more expensive, but they also start working a lot faster. And then just the more you have, the faster they work as well. Yeah, Stardew Valley is in big part based off of this game. Or this game series. I'm fairly confident that Stardew Valley took a lot of inspiration from Harvest Moon. Don't know if they officially confirmed that, but I can't imagine that not being a thing. I think it's confirmed, though. Okay, so we don't actually have to talk to the cows anymore. This should be Boohoo. No, that's Johnny. Oh, wait, no, yeah, Johnny. That's correct. Johnny is correct. Boohoo is with touchscreen loaf. Cool. Well, we still have to do the petting and the brushing. Don't get me wrong, we're not done with those cows. It's just a case of, we don't have to talk to them, like check up on them. Because that was 350 times. That's all of the times we picked up our pets in the house amounted to that sprite just now. Johnny. Well, and then Callie at the start as well. Interestingly enough, those are one of the very few sprites that I've actually gotten the names in my notes, because they're just... They can kind of help me keep track of which sprite I just got. Because I think the next day I have to feed all of the animals myself. Because it's a festival day, so I imagine... What's his name isn't gonna show up here. Red Ribbon. Oh, I get to buy the deserted island. I don't care, though. We're not gonna buy it. If you have, like, over a bill... Or... Yeah, if you have, like, near max amount of money, the mayor comes up to you and asks if you want to buy a private island. I forgot that was a thing. But we have so much money right now that the mayor just decided to come over and ask me if I wanted to buy a private island. After you buy the island, you can also, how do you say? Like, you can also go after to Gots, and he'll actually buy you a private cottage on your private island. That legit is a thing, by the way. I'm not even joking here. Kinda cool. It doesn't really... there's not really anything unique there outside of some fish that you can only catch there. So if you want a true 100% this game, which... Why? You'd need the private island. But for other purposes, like for anything other than true 100%, you wouldn't use it. There's like literally the only thing that you can get there are some very specific species of fish. If you wanted to complete the fishing list, I guess? That said, it's kind of cool that they offer you a private island. I think you can't teleport it to it, though. I think you have to go from the beach. Which is kind of a thing. Yeah, the mayor might come back and ask me again in a month. He asks that, like, every time every first of the month that your money is above a certain amount, he will come over and ask. My money is definitely over that amount. Okay, so, want to see a lot of sprites appear at once? Because this is where we're going to do that. This is what that milk glitch was all about. We did the milk glitch like an hour ago, and we haven't really seen any benefits from it. That's going to change right here, right now. On the one hand, a private island sounds really cool, but then I'd be like, what would I do with it, though? I mean, I could invite people over, have a party, but, you know. For the amount it would cost to get a private island, I don't feel like it's gonna be worth it. I think the mayor asks for like 700 million for it or something. Like, it's a lot of money. That is true, Black Virtue. That is true. Okay, Wooly, Channel 4, Mars. This is what I mean with a lot of sprites being tied to the milking. Here's another one. This is Lane. And Essa. So that's all the red sprites that we needed to get. Now before I'm gonna go back and do more milking and petting, or not more milking, we don't actually have any use for the milking. I'm gonna quickly go over and give Celia another flower. Just to ensure that she stays at red heart, because that's kind of important. Now we're not quite done before we can sell the cows. We're gonna sell the cows again relatively soon, by the way. Just because after getting the Harvest Goddess, we still have at least a week of playtime in-game. Like, we still have another week in-game that we have to go through. And feeding the cows every day is really slow, and just having them die out is even slower. Because every time an animal gets sick, I get a warning message. Every time one dies, like, your uncle walks in and starts being all sad, and you know, you get into that, like, that mourning situation. Also, everybody's happiness drops. Everybody's gonna hate you for it, including Celia, which is something we don't want to do. So I definitely don't want any animals to die. That's part of why we rented the red team. That way, if there's a storm, they'll just make sure that the animals are fed. Because they still work during storms. So it just means that I don't have to worry about it anymore. At least for a little while. Let's see, I don't have to rehire the fishing team, because we actually have enough. Because I just have to upgrade the axe after this. I think that's the fastest way to complete it from here. How far are we on the axe? 235. That's not great, but it's not terrible. Yo, Space Cadet Will. It's either this day or the next day that we should get the next 2 sprites for brushing and petting. From there, we are very nearly done-ish. I don't know if we can still sub 5, but it's going to be around the 5-hour mark, which is not bad. Like I said, like if we have the time for it, and I think we will, especially if I sell the cows, we should be able to. I'm going to see if I can get far enough into the game that we can get ourselves a baby. Nice. Well, welcome. Enjoy our 4th annual event. If it helps, the event is always around Valentine's. That's kind of been a thing since our first event, because the first event was actually like a Valentine's special that we decided to do. Because, you know, so many Harvest Moon runs are marriage percent. And it kind of just grew into this from there, which is kind of cool. I'll be honest, I kind of like what it's turned into. I'd not ever expected we'd be doing a marathon with over 50 hours of just Harvest Moon. Kind of crazy. Okay, yeah, this is the last day. Cool. Is the shop open today, though? I'm gonna check that. Because if it is... Yeah, if it is, we're in really solid shape here. Because then I can sell them this day. I don't know if Sabaria is open. I'll check those two real quick. Okay, Yodel Ranch is open, so we can sell them today. That's good. And Sabaria is too. Perfect. So we're going to upgrade our axe. Should be on 59. We are on 59. Let's go. We are one sprite away, boys. That means all I have to do now is... upgrade or get my axe to the point that I can upgrade it to Mithril. That's the most time-consuming thing we have left. Sell the cows, upgrade our axe, wait 5 days for Sabaria to actually get it to Mithril. And then once we've reached that, it is just like at that point we can propose. Reason I'm using the regular branches that are over here, by the way, is because actually hitting one of those upgrades it more than if I were to just hit the ground. Enough that it's worth it. $272. And this just happens to be the place with most of them. Almost 11, so we should pretty much be done here. Yeah, maybe eat one of those. Those. Yeah, I've kind of been neglecting this. That's okay, though. All in all, this worked out really well. We'll have enough time. All good. That one, these two. I think we're just gonna go back into the house and upgrade the rest inside by just using the axe a bunch. First, I'm gonna sell the cows, though. Oh. I do want to sell it. We don't need these anymore. In a normal any percent run, this would be where I'd be aiming to get in about this situation but then with the axe already upgraded, so that I wouldn't actually have to spend time selling them. Okay, that was our last cow. So have to upgrade the axe now. Yep, that's money glitch for you. We used a money glitch earlier on in the run. That's why we have so much. I need that bar next to the axe to go all the way to 400. Once we've reached that, it is pretty much GG. I'm fairly confident that at this point that is the fastest way we can finish this run. Yeah, we're just gonna break apart our floor like this. Just need to be careful not to hit the cat. That would be like that would be shameful. So yeah, that's just okay, let me actually in the meantime check what the next run is, because I actually have no idea yet. I pretty much got up, set up, and moved on to this. Oh, Pixel Punch is next with Magical Melody. That's a fun run. I've seen some Magical Melody runs. Those are really enjoyable. Like in general, the lineup of games is really solid, but Magical Melody is probably one of my favorites to watch, even though I've never played it. I've not played any of the Harvest Moons outside of the DS ones, so... I've been considering at some point maybe learning Sunshine Island, but it seems so much longer than DS. No, that's the wrong one. I need that one. Okay, we're almost there. 375. Yeah, exactly. It's fun different. For sure. That's why I said, like, I actually like the Magical Melody run. It's a fun run. I'm gonna do one more body geyser. Oh. Then I think we'll be good. Only 12% left. Yeah, this is... I'm debating whether this will still be sub 5. By the way, Pixel, I am gonna stall after my run, so your start time should actually be around 2 PM my time. Just for the record, because I don't want to run too far ahead, because I know there are some runs coming with way too much time save. Okay, anyway, Sabaria the Blacksmith. Axe upgrade to Mithril. Like, I'll be honest, I'd rather be behind after this run than ahead. Just because I know how much there is left. And how many runs can save time. Because so many people have been mentioning to me, oh, by the way, we found this new glitch like 2 weeks ago, and now we can save like half an hour. So my estimate is way too high. You know, that sort of stuff. Which is cool that people have been finding so much new stuff, but... Okay, anyway, here's the Mithril Axe. And there is sprite number 60. Which now means that we are going to see the Harvest Goddess appear, and that is time for Harvest Goddess %. Or rescue the Harvest Goddess, but that is not what this run is about. We are going to go to our girlfriend, Celia. It's locked! It's a... Oh wait, no, she's a... No, it's a festival day. Crap. Yes, sort of, Roald. Essentially, there's 101 of them. And you need 60 in order to be able to quote-unquote beat the game. Or, like, finish the goal that you're given at the start of the game. Now we can go to Celia, and we're gonna give her that, and I'm gonna show her this. And she's gonna say yes, because we've met all the requirements. She was a bit surprised, but the blue feather is shown to a girl when you propose in this game. And she tells us that because she was in such poor health for such a long time, she never thought she'd be seeing the day where somebody would propose to her. We're gonna tell her, I think it's aunt or something? It's Vesta, at least. I don't know who exactly she is to her. It's like her mother, but it's not actually her mother. Like, she's not actually related. So Marlin wants to object because Marlin has had a crush on Celia for forever, but Vesta just, yeah, she's having none of that. So Marlin does tell us that if we ever make Celia cry, he will come for us. So we set a date, which is a week from where this where that event happened. How many more? Okay, 15th. Okay, time's coming up. That's it. GG. 450. That's a sub 5. I think that's the first marriage percent sub 5. Now, I think there's more to it than that, because she did move to the valley because of her health, I think. I don't know, like I said, I don't remember the details. It's whatever. Yeah, that is world record, as I said it would be. And now the mayor is gonna pronounce as husband and wife, and the harvest goddess, she congratulates us, rings the wedding bells. That's why the harvest goddess needs to be there, because she's the one to ring the wedding bells. And that's it. As Harvest Moon DS, marriage percent Celia.